charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 here at Lord's. A bright, sunny one at the home of cricket for the third day of this county championship match in Division 2. I'm Kevin Hand, bringing you the live enhanced stream today in association with Daffabet. We'll have guests in alongside. No Andrew McKenna today. He's off egg chasing, but we'll allow him that on Easter Sunday, of course. He'll be back with us tomorrow on the stream. We'll have Mark Lane on this afternoon and guests throughout the day as well. Promises to be another good one. Certainly the overheads. Clear blue skies this morning, which Middlesex fans in particular will be very keen to know. because they're well ahead in this game. Glamorgan all out for 199 on the first day. 353 for 4 racked up by Middlesex on day 2. They're in a very, very strong position. They'll be looking to power on once again today. We'll talk through it more ahead of the start at 11, but let's start this morning though. I'm catching up on those day 2 highlights. Oh, inside edge. Saves Fernandez. That was right up there. This could have been an interesting start, whether Leonard was tickled off the hip. And it's Fernando who's sprinting, and it's Fernando who will be beaten on this occasion. Edged by Eskenazi, but much as we discussed yesterday, angle bat, soft hands. Oh, a little edgy and gone. It is. It's gone. That's a great grab at Gully. Goodness me, I didn't think he had a chance of that. I thought Eskenazi was going to get away with it, but the thick edge carries. Onto the hip, tucked away. I think it's bat, and the umpire confirms. A bit of shape through the air of that, but it's nicely played though by Fernandez. Starting to see it big. That's a nice little clip. Down the hill, it's going to be 4 all the way. There we go. That was what he was looking for, the ball before. It's stroked away, and goodness me, across the carpet it goes. There's nothing more. Bit of shape on that again. Through it goes. That could and should be the 50. It is. Lovely shot by Fernandez. Lovely way to bring it up. That's a well tightly knit field in there. It brings up the 100 as well for Middlesex. 103 for 1. Oh, that's edged. Kept within his crease with the keeper standing up. And that's edged and gone at the wide second slip. Well, 3 put in front of Fernandez on the onside. Van der Hooten's in to get play going after lunch on day 2 of the morning session. Oh. Welcome to the crease, Lewis Deploy. Oh, now. I was just about to say the other rate to think of is the run rates. And look at that go, all the way. And he's gone again now. Has he got all of that? It felt as though it was a little bit more of... edged, and through it goes. A little bit of turn, a fair bit of bounce. 4 runs for Holden. Crunched. Backward a point. Speaking of going after it, Holden goes again. 4 runs. Short cut 4. And this one goes in front of cover. Stroked elegantly through by Holden. He's onto 48.
Gets into the square on position, and I think it's his left foot.
And there's another half century for Max Holden. Short and put away this time. Big boundary, but that's a big shot. That's raced up the hill. It's a beautiful stroke. And through it goes. Change of bowler. Same outcome. Deploys into the Holden's into the 60s. Oh, that's wonderful. Middlesex lead by 3, 200 up. It's the first one he's really got away with any great gusto. Look, very nearly, and it is the perfect 4. That's beautifully picked again. The gap is found. He's into the 80s, Holden. Oh, now. Well, that's gone. I felt he was stretching for it slightly, Holden, but boy, oh boy, has he timed it. Oh, short. Punished. Well, there's a way to bring up 3 figures. Back-to-back centuries at Lords for Max Holden, yet to be out below 50. That's why it doesn't get too carried away. It'll be 4. Width. And in the air and gone. Can you believe it? Holden falls on the verge of tee. Oh, now. He's got him. He's strangled him down the leg side. And, well, we said it could be a big 8 deliveries to tee, and it is. They've got a 4th wicket. To finishing over this morning from overnight. Bad light stopping play yesterday evening. He's finishing over from that wicket of Higgins. Oh, now, where's that gone? Down to the vacant deep 3rd boundary for 4. The use of the feet with a thick edge. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Up the hill all the way. Again, look at this one, slow. It's just going to make it. 50 up. Villiers to deploy. 21 dot balls, followed by a single. And the first 50 of the season. That is hit in the air and just in front of backward point, reaching for it slightly, Geddes. Is there a little bit more?
Can they start shaping it?
A real shape on that one. Pretty gun barrel straight. Should go, does go. Not much room for. It gets through. Is he going to get full reward? He is as well. Nearly the perfect 4. It's thumped. And then it's offered outside off. And that alleviates a bit of pressure as well. Races. He's into the 70s. Tickled for a couple. Oh. And the late evening sun, it's even got to me. Bonus points are up. 353 for 4, but bonus points done 7 overs ago. Day 2, a very good day for Middlesex. You can see it's a very good morning for cricket here at Lords. The threat of rain is around tomorrow. Whether that comes to pass, we shall have to wait and see. But it's a glorious day. It's been a glorious start to the season at Lords for Max Holden. He's yet to be out below 50. He's got back-to-back centuries now at the home of cricket. And last night, he spoke to Stephen Fletcher.
Max Holden, thanks so much for joining us. The end of day 2 here against Glamorgan at Lords. Making a wonderful habit of scoring hundreds here, Max. You're second in 2 games. Congratulations and well batted.
No, thank you. Yeah, no, it's a really good day for the guys. Obviously, spoke this morning about backing up the work our bowlers did yesterday to restrict them for less than 200, and then the work Esky and Nathan did last night under lights set us up beautifully for today. And yeah, a pretty attritional start to the day, but luckily the runs came later on. So yeah, really good solid day for the guys, and set us up really well for the game.
It's a perfectly well planned day. You said it was attritional early doors. You really dug deep in that first session there. How pleasing was it to bat along with young Nathan Fernandez and see him past 50 himself?
Yeah, it was great. No, he did a super job last night, and then into this morning, looked really good out there and lined them up brilliantly. So yeah, it was nice to get a partnership going with him. We knew that first morning, the morning today would be pretty big for setting us up for how we wanted to go for later in the day. So yeah, really pleased to put a partnership on with Nathan and get us in a good place.
Really seemed like you had your sights set on just surviving that morning session, really, and then once you'd done that, obviously batting conditions hopefully would get easier for you. You really put the foot to the metal in the afternoon session and really came out the blocks and exploded. You looked in great nick there.
Yeah, no, I thought the hard work had to be done early. I think particularly here at Lords you get good value when you get in. So really determined to sort of get myself in this morning and do the hard work. And I knew sort of runs would come as the day went on. And I feel like my best innings have sort of been when I've given myself that chance to assess the wicket early and not try go for my shots too early on. So I was pleased to do that.
It's been a blistering start to the season for you, Max. You're now the leading run scorer in Division 2. I think you've got 391 runs at an average just under 80. Spoke to you in the Lancashire game and you said you were really pleased with that early form. You must be delighted, I guess, with how it's going.
Yeah, I feel good. Obviously, try not to overthink it. Sort of stick to what I'm doing. But I felt good in sort of pre-season and leading into the summer. So pleased to have made a few good scores to start with. But well aware it's only a start and determined to sort of string a good full season together. Just keep trying to do what I do and hopefully the runs keep coming.
Mentioned 50 earlier for Nathan. Ben Geddes again in terrific form. His third 50 in 3 games. He looks to be some signing.
Yeah, he's been great. Him and Dupper did a great job there at the end. I think, with the depth in our batting lineup's really good this year, and runs are coming from different people each week. So that's really good signs going forward, and long may that continue. And I think we bat all the way down as well. So we spoke about different people putting their hands up at different times. I think that's what we've done so far, and did it last year as well. So hopefully that can continue.
So we finished the day, Max, 353 for 4 already on the board. I think we're leading by 154. Any insight into what the plan is tomorrow? I guess it's a morning of going hard.
Yeah, I think
That's a run away down to deep third. First ball of the third day. And it will start with a boundary for Geddes, who's on to 55. Van der Gutten continuing from the top end. We're underway a little early this morning. Very early, in fact. Looking up at old father time. There's still 2 minutes to 11 up there from what I can see, but off we are and underway. Apologies to Max Holden, ditching him off as well, but a little early, getting up and running. On the clock up above. So 3:57 for 4, a lead of 158. It is arriving from Surrey this past winter. Deploy arriving from Derbyshire the winter before. Van der Gutten, a very familiar name now to Glamorgan fans, well associated with the county. We've got a deep backward square and a long leg out of shot on your screen there alongside that slip, but everybody else on the single. Extra cover's a little shorter in there. But 3 and over is one of the key figures there this morning. Obviously the wickets column is vital for Glamorgan. A couple of early wickets and maybe they can keep Middlesex in sight. That's a lovely clip. Over pitched. I think mid-wicket's got a hand to it. And they'll pick up a couple. Nice end to the over. Onto the spot. from, as we say, a man who's well associated with Glamorgan, as is the man next to me, the voice of Glamorgan cricket, of Welsh cricket for so many years, and a very good friend, Ed Bevan. Good morning to you.
So good to be here, Kevin. To be working with you. How many years? Well,
let's not touch on that.
Yes, they're too old for this. Yeah, pleasure to be on, and such a glorious morning as this. And Middlesex very much in control. And I thought they played it well yesterday. When we were on radio, I did mention perhaps they keep an eye on the weather forecast because tomorrow afternoon is a bit iffy. And I think the prime objective here now for Middlesex is to push on.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be interesting as well. Kellaway this morning from the nursery end. He's going to be right arm over. None for 13 so far. Short boundary to the offside. Oh, nice drive to start. Stings the fingers though. Bashir in there. Other spin option. I'm trying to think the first year we'd have met. In 2005 it would have been. There was a Swansea game around then. But I'm trying to think that might have been more closer to 2006, 2007.
The years fly.
It was a 5-session game, that one was. A brilliant game of cricket, actually. All done in 5 sessions. Glamorgan got fined for the pitch, or docked points for the pitch, whatever it was.
I remember that well.
That was just a couple of weeks. Oh, 2007 it was, because it was just a few weeks after the game at Somerset, where it was 1,500 for one plays to 1,500 for two. It was a dreadful game.
Watching Kellaway here, Karen, he's a fine prospect. He's ex-Clifton College, and he's an off-spin bowler and left-armed. You know whether you knew that?
I've got a feeling that the first time he bowled his left arm and right arm in the same match was against Middlesex last year.
Could have been, but he took a wicket in a one-day match at the Oval with his left-arm spin. And practiced it when he was bored during COVID.
Actually, maybe it was that. Maybe he did it in a Surrey game, and I was working with you boys in that Surrey game. Maybe that's what it was. It wasn't against Middlesex, it was against Surrey.
Yeah. Yes, fine prospect.
I'm not sure I've invoiced Radio Wales for that one. Thanks for reminding me, Ed. So, 359 for 4 here. Up at Radlett. Middlesex women are playing their first Tier 2 game against Kent women, and it's been a pretty good start for Middlesex. 34 for 4, Kent. We heard from a few of the Kent players last week when we were down at Canterbury in the men's game, and they were talking with relish about their first game of the season at Radlett today, but it's not been a good start. So Middlesex women well on top there, 34 for 4 in their first Tier 2 game.
Seen Tim van der Gooden, he bowled splendidly, didn't he, yesterday? Going at times for under 2 and over, which kept his length, his control. He's 34 years of age. I saw him at breakfast this morning and said, how's the body? Pretty good.
What, his or yours?
My body was fine. And yeah, it's a great asset since he joined Glamorgan. Watching the ladies there, Kev, congratulations to Glamorgan ladies who played their inaugural match yesterday against Sussex ladies and won quite comfortably. Joyous scenes at the end of the game, and why not? It's a good start for them.
Yeah, as you say, inaugural game for Middlesex women and Kent women today as well in that match at Radlett. Tier 2 at the moment.
Yeah, as our Glamorgan ladies or girls, yeah, ladies we call them to be correct. Yeah, Glamorgan very much on the defensive here, Kev, with just the one slip and then an arc of 4 on the offside.
Edge and out of reach. That fly slip in place. 4 more down to deep third. Geddes into the 60s.
You might remember, Kevin, that on radio we've worked so many years. I'm a great supporter of third man. And unfortunately, the 2 boundaries that have gone down this morning have gone down to the vacant third man area, which is 8 runs that Tim van de Houten could do without.
Yeah, I think you're right about them pushing on this morning, Ed. That forecast for tomorrow, of course, you can't play for...
No, and many county captains in the past have ignored weather forecasts.
Got a good story for you on that one.
I got a good one for you on weather.
Go on, you go first.
I talked to Richard Dawson last night, the Glamorgan coach, and he used to play for Yorkshire, and he said, do you remember when Yorkshire won the championship? I think it was back in 2000 and whatever it was. And I said, yes, David Byers was captain of Yorkshire at that time. And there was a big forecast at Scarborough for the rain to come in. And he said, I'm a farmer, I don't listen to weather forecasts, I'm going to play it as I find. And he did go on, and eventually Glamorgan lost the game, excuse me, shortly after lunch. But as they walked off the field, the heavens opened.
Oh, now, what's that taken? Well, it wasn't held at slip. Pad for sure, but was there a little bit of glove involved as well? Oh, shoulder it was last time. This time it's a swing and a miss.
The sweep is out.
Well, it is a short boundary. To the leg side.
We saw Cullen do that yesterday twice.
Use of the feet. This is tight. In the throw misses.
Yeah. Well, the urgency is there, Kevin, after a few overs this morning, and they probably have Middlesex boys have had a chat and try and press on.
What they have shown, this pair, but Holden as well, also Eskenazi and Fernandez, had a really tricky spell, didn't they? 25 overs, I think there was to go. They managed 21 of them on that first evening. You can get in on this pitch and you can bat long and hard, which is what Glamorgan are obviously going to have to do at some point.
Yes, and they've done it successfully over the last couple of years, but the way the 4 seamers bowled for Middlesex is going to be very hard work.
Outside the line of off. And of course, fought back following on in the last game.
Yes, and they collapsed from 108 for 1, and that was the start of it in this game for them on the first day. And I think Middlesex have played this game well.
Top ball NC over 365 for 4.
There's very little turn there. We saw that from the England spinner Bashir, who is playing his 3rd and final game on loan from Somerset, and it hasn't been the most successful of loan signings.
Very young man though, isn't he?
Yes, and he didn't get any turn. Callaway hasn't got any turn, and this is a pitch I think that probably plays the same. But what I have heard also is that it's not all that easy to bat on this pitch. It's a little bit on the slow side.
That's a lovely shot. It's a rare shot down the ground in this innings. Geddes gets that one away, and he moves to 66. I'd fancy that may well indeed be the first boundary in between mid-off and mid-on in this innings. which exemplifies your point a little, I'd say. Ed, are you able to reveal your sources on that one? Was it an overnight interview? Was it a beer, a chat overnight at the hotel on saying it was a fraction on the slow side?
It was mentioned on radio yesterday, and I spoke to one of the lads, some of the Middlesex boys.
And again, oh, he's hit the bat. Deploy puts his bat down and denies Geddes. Well, you got to smile about that one. Thanks, mate. I think
he won't be smiling.
Lip reading.
Yeah.
The smile's still on his face, just about a wry smile. Thumped into the bat of Deploy and deflected to mid-on, just denying Geddes. Back-to-back, back-to-back boundaries down the ground.
No, I think if you look back at Max Holden's interview last night, I think he mentioned as well, it's not all that easy. I might be wrong, but I picked it up a few times from people who know here. But it'll be hard work for Glamorgan if the match is not interrupted by rain. My guess is might have a declaration, midway between lunch and tea?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Glamorgan will be desperately hoping bang, bang, you're 6 down and you're into the tail. Although it's a long tail, though, with Davies next to wicket keeper.
Everybody bats these days, Kevin.
Absolutely.
Everybody bats.
Brooks was number 11 in the last match, so fabulous bat. The card at the moment is the physical scorecard we've got is in disagreement. They've still got Brooks at 11, but the big screen here has Brooks coming in at 10.
I thought that Ned Leonard, who has joined Glamorgan, he was on loan last year from Somerset, but has joined Glamorgan, elbowed very well at the start of the innings and throughout most of yesterday until he tired, and I think he'll be a valuable acquisition.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. Now it's up the hill all the way and it's a long chase for North Easts. They'll run 3 to end the over. 3.72 for 4 here. Geddes is on to 69. Up at Radlett. 6 down. 35 for 6. And Middlesex are storming their way through that Kent top order in the inaugural match. Tier 2 between Middlesex and Kent. Gurley down there with 5 of the 6 to go. Was one of the Sunrisers. Now back with Middlesex. A bit of reaching going on there for Geddes. The adjustment made by Cook.
Looking at the women's match there, Radlett, of course. I'm just trying to remember how many Middlesex grounds I've been on.
As long as you don't tell me you've been to Islington, Ed, then I'll be happy with it.
Certainly not. No.
1915, I think, was the last one there.
There's a ground up North London, begins with an S.
Southgate.
Southgate, where the present Glamorgan head, well, he's the chief executive, Dan Cherry, got a double 100 there, but Glamorgan still lost the game. Ed Smith got a big 100.
I was trying to remember if I'd have done that one. It kind of rings a bell.
Lovely little ground, church in the background.
Was the Waterfall Road end, Adelaide? Yeah, the church.
Well, I suppose it was too far out to move everything up there.
Yeah, Radlett, Richmond, Uxbridge. You'd have done Uxbridge, of course, as well. Gattingway and Brearley Close.
That's right. Yeah. Public school, I haven't been there. The public school where you play. Is it a school? Merchant Taylors.
Yeah, yep. Taylor's another one. I think that's all of them that I've done.
Yeah.
And I didn't do Islington either.
No. You're looking a little bit drawn, but I know you're not old as all that. What a great acquisition. I mentioned this on radio yesterday that Geddes has been, and looks a very composed, very good player. Probably a wise decision, Kevin, you'd know more about it than me, to leave Surrey because of that batting lineup that they've got.
You will remember that Middlesex side of, what was it, 1981, when they had 12 internationals, so every game there was an international sat on the sidelines.
That's right.
And Surrey, not far off that at the moment. A lot of overseas players coming in and out as well.
Yeah.
But,
no, he's probably decided, well, look, I got more chance with Middlesex.
Yeah.
And he's a good start to the season as well, Geddes.
Tim Murtagh made the move across the pond, didn't he? 2000.
Yeah, we were talking about that also yesterday.
Yeah, across the pond, across the river.
Across the river. Mark Ramprakash went the other way.
Try not to mention that.
I did.
President right now, isn't he? I haven't seen him yet this match. I saw him first round.
Rams.
Man you'd have known well from the England tours over the years. Presidency just come to an end for Rabs. Still looking in great. Well turned out in the first one. He's with Gat actually. We caught him on camera with Gat.
He's here, is he?
On the first morning it was the Lancashire game, but I haven't seen them this game. But yeah, Richard Johnson I think would have played a big part. He was coach of Geddes in the One Day
Was
Cup.
he? Yeah.
At Surrey. That's punched nicely. Goodness me, that races. That's got to be up there with one of the shots of the game.
Lovely shot. He was too short. Ul Hassan has taken over from Van der Gooden. Now this young man, Kev, you might not know, has had about half a dozen trials with various counties. And I'm quite delighted to see that he's making his mark with Glamorgan. And I remember him playing against Sussex last year or the year before. Ollie Robinson and Seals, the opening attack, and he got a 50 there. And I thought to myself, well, this lad can play. And he's developing all aspects of his game. He took a great catch at deep extra yesterday to dismiss Max Holden, and he's developing himself as a medium pace bowler. In other words, he wants to play large part in the game, and I really hope he makes it. And I think if he just works a little bit more outside of his technique, outside off stump, he'd be a good player.
He's got that one through again. Not quite punched as hard. Cut this time, but a couple more. Goodness me, that last shot though, standing up tall. As short as Ul Hassan is, that's the highest point of the ground, all the way uphill and the biggest boundary as well.
Yeah, my two shots are those two straight drives he played.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. And again, the majority of the run scoring, particularly in this innings, has been square of the wicket. Timing seeming to be easier when there's just that bit of width or shortness, as you said.
Yes, saw a lot of deploy, of course, up in Derbyshire. Good signing. Who went the other way? Atkinson, was it? Martin Atkins? Who was... Somebody
Anderson, yeah.
Anderson, yeah. He got 100 the other day. Derby. Only up that.
A little bit of inside info for you. Berkshire boy. He was coached by Tim Deller, who's your colleague in this match as well.
I've just been, the first time I've met him, and as you say, he's in the radio box, and looking forward to working with him later on. I worked a lot with his father, Ralph.
Indeed, Ralph Teller, sad loss, a voice of
Certainly,
Lords.
yes.
A voice of Lords for many years, a voice of the BBC London.
Such a
But
nice-
he was
nice
up there.
man. Yeah.
He'd have been up there in the scorer's box over the years.
Yeah,
Ralph,
yes.
lovely man.
Very, very sad. 7 years, so Tim was telling me now.
It would have been very familiar to those coming into this ground over the years, Ralph. And a BBC commentator for many years as well.
Yes, radio and television.
Yeah, his son Tim, Berkshire coach, Berkshire player. So worked with Anderson, worked with Davies.
It's such a good pitch now, Kevin.
Well, I mean, this is the hope for Glamorgan, isn't it? If you say play for the weather, Glamorgan have got to
dig in.
Yeah, dig in, and obviously hope that tomorrow. Got to get these wickets first. I mean, this partnership could be crucial because if these two get going, they both get to 3 figures and start to open up.
Play shots, yeah.
I think they probably earned the right as well at this stage to think about their own tallies. First ton for Middlesex for Geddes. First of the season for Deploy.
Yeah, the run rate is not extravagant. It's 3.06, and a credit there, I think, to the Glamorgan attack led by Van der Gooten and Leonard. Fernando's been a little bit disappointing.
Fits and patches, I thought, from Fernando. There was moments where you thought, oh, okay, here we go. But end of the over, 125 done. 383 for 4.
Yeah, it's not quite the crowd that we had the first couple of days, but it is Easter weekend with the many attractions that are on and the families going out for the day. But I thought first day was good. Friday. Lots of Welsh people came up, of course, for the day, which you can do quite easily.
Where's my egg, Ed?
Hmm?
Where's my egg?
Your Easter egg.
Or is that how we're paying you in Easter eggs?
No, it's just a pleasure to be working with you again, Mr. Hand.
Pleasure's all mine, old mate. We had some good times, didn't we? Colwyn Bay as well was another one.
Yes.
The old tent blew away in that one, didn't it?
Haven't played there for years. Which is
Ebervale. Always talk about that. That was Stephen Finn's debut, Middlesex debut.
That's right, I remember that very well. Ebervale. Yeah.
He doesn't remember it. He thinks his debut was in Abergavenny. So no, it was Ebervale, Finney. I think I've got it right. They're not far away in Finney's defence, Abergavenny and Ebervale, are they?
No.
20 minutes?
20 minutes, yes. In the interval now, at the end of this show, I'll tell you a very, very funny story about Ebervale.
Colwyn Bay match was heavily rain affected, wasn't it? I remember. We were playing snooker for a little while, weren't we, in there in the clubhouse?
Lovely spot, but sadly, Glamorgan haven't been back there for some time. We'll start that story now, Kev. Ebervale, you circle around the ground, and I, amongst many people, find difficulty in getting the entrance. I've circled it a couple of times. They haven't played there for many years. But on this occasion, Glamorgan were playing in the middle, as you remember, of the county match, a Sunday League match against Surrey. And Jeff Arnold was the coach. And Monty Lynch, who wasn't playing in the championship match, and one other person, I think it was Sylvester Clark, were coming down as they used to do. They used to bring players in with the Sunday League. So we got out to do the toss, and the umpires were waiting. I said, no chance of the Surrey captain coming out here? No, not at the moment anyway.
Steered away. Get a couple here, back on a point.
It went, and about 28 minutes past 2, I forget who was captain of Surrey, came out and said, look, we're 2 players short. 2 players short. They've got lost. So the umpire said, I'm awfully sorry about that, but you can't include him in the team. Now, knowing Jeff Arnold, as I do, and you probably, hoarse as he's known, wasn't very happy. And these 2 turned up 10 minutes because they were having the same problem that everybody else was having. But having left at 8 o'clock in the morning. But that, he said, Right, thanks for coming. Now you can turn right back. It's not quite the words used. And get back to the oval, get some practice in. But the delight of outgrounds, you know, and not only our own country, but also around England. I used to enjoy so much. I went to Blackpool. Have you done Blackpool?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, Pleasant Ground and all the others. Maidstone, which is gone, that's gone now.
There's a school that they play at Lancashire as well, isn't there? I haven't done that one yet. The pictures of that look pretty impressive.
No, it's the main Stanley Park.
No, not the Blackpool one, sorry, another one that they play at. Oh, there's be overthrows here if... Yeah, should do. They do. They're comfortably back for the second. It's really good work down there by Al-Hassam. Alerts to get around. There was nobody else on that side of the ground, so once the throw had missed at the non-striker's end, there was nobody else that could have backed up other than deep backward square getting around.
Good start, positive start this for Middlesex. The end of this over. I'll have to leave you, Kevin, for my radio duties, but...
Oh, what a ball that is!
Beauty.
Goodness me!
Pitch and
Kellaway turns it past the edge of Deploy's bat and takes the outside of the top of off stump. That's an extraordinarily good delivery. Lovely way for Glamorgan to pick up the wicket from Deploy. Well, he'll be rueful of that one. How did it beat him? How did it get through? It's a great delivery, that.
He played the right line, but it's spun. It's the perfect off break to a left-hander, isn't it? I don't know if it hit the rough or not, you know. I think he made it come off the straight. Hit the top of the off stump, but well bowled Ben Kellaway.
A beaut for Kellaway. A big wicket for Glamorgan. 387 for 5. Middlesex have a healthy lead. Deploy really, though, was digging in for his side in this one and trying to make sure that they had a very strong positioning match. They do. They lead by 188. It's not to be the first ton of the season, but it's a very, very good innings and only ended by a corker of a delivery from the off-spinner. 387 for 5.
You can't blame the batsman there. He played down the right line, as I said, and it just turned marginally off the pitch, hit the off bail, and that was that. Kevin, it's been a pleasure. If invited, I'll join you later on.
Ed, you're a good man, thank you. A privilege as ever working with the old mate. It's Ed Bevan, the broadcasting legend of Wales media. Many a tale over the years that we've shared, and some of them we can tell on air. So Jack Davies, 47 in the first innings at Canterbury, top scorer of the first dig. Little job to do here. Get that lead up with Geddes at the other end. Oh, slipping a leg slip in place. End of the 127th. Here is the 5th wicket to fall. Lias Deploy falling to Kellaway. Now let's watch these lines. Around the wickets, the left-hander. this ball pitches on middle and off and takes the top of the outside of off. Now, bearing in mind that slope is slipping off stump to leg, he's turned it up the hill. So as Deploy's looking at that there, he is thinking LBW. He's in play. It's full, pitch in middle, off spinner. So there's every chance, even if it doesn't turn, it might take leg if they go up. So he's worried about his inside edge. His outside edge is beaten and the top of off is taken. Lovely delivery for Kellaway. Big wicket, but I tell you what, the man next in for Middlesex, Zafar Gohar, and a few of the Middlesex coaches and management and skipper, they'll probably be pretty keen on what they just saw from Kellaway. Nicely in line, Davies. Facing Al Hassan. Richard Johnson in the middle, Max Holden on the left, Nathan Fernandez on the right. He can tweak them as well. In fact, so can Holden, off-break bowler. Rory Coots, the assistant coach. No sign of Zafar Gohar, who's in next, but yeah, his eyes will have lit up, and I'm sure that dressing room probably will have had a couple of looks as well, like we have at that replay as well. If there's a little bit of turn to be had on this, then in from Gloucestershire in the winter, Zafar Gohar, Middlesex will be very keen that he'll make an impact. They lead by 189, they're in good position. But a big wicket taken by Glamorgan. The hope for Middlesex this morning with that run rate of 3 to try and get it up and going. Davies very capable of scoring quickly to get himself in. That'll be the disappointment for Deploy. One, he's missed out on the century, but this would have been the chance for him to open up a little bit this morning. But that was a brilliant delivery from Kellaway. Well, Glamorgan will say to themselves, one wicket will bring 2 if it brings the wicket of Geddes. Then who knows, maybe they can open up very quickly the final few wickets of the Middlesex innings and keep them in sight. They're going to have to score the best part of 400 themselves, though, to give themselves something to bowl at in the final innings if they are to do something more than save this game. That'll all depend on the weather as well. That's Chittery from side up. 388 for 5. Well, that's a lovely way to find your first boundary. We saw that punch shot off the back foot from Geddes earlier. Davies finds his first boundary through point off Kellaway. Down the track comes Davies. Well, 2 boundaries in the over and some serious intent shown by the Middlesex number 7. Use of the feet and a sweet pickup. Oh, it is, it's all the way. I didn't quite realise. He got all of it. Into double figures for Davies. One, 2, 9 overs bowled, 399 for 5. Bonus points a long way out of the equation after 110, so it's just 1 bowling point for Glamorgan. That's the only bonus point they've got in the match at the moment. Middlesex 2 batting points, 3 with the ball, so they've got 5 bonus points. Little hand signal from Ben Geddes there, that one shaped on him. Oh, nips back down that slope quite dramatically actually onto the hip. Down the slope again. That one felt as though it might have been more through the air. Let's have a look. Yeah, it just went late. Encouraging signs for the Middlesex bowlers this morning. That if you're looking at it from the other side, that's how they'll be thinking. But for Glamorgan, they've got to think, look, there's a little bit of assistance out there. Spin, seam the last ball, swing. Sorry, seam the ball before, swing the last ball. It'll be the last chance to keep Middlesex in sight as such. Bowling nicely, Hassan and Kellaway. Ed Bevan with us a few moments ago, giving a big talk up for the all-rounder. Good stuff, backward point. It's Kellaway coming around. There you go. Coming back down the slope again, beating the bottom edge of the late cut. Let's see what it did. Was it through the air late? Yes, just adjusted the line. So if you watch, there's a little bit of late swing. Then with the slope as well, as we said, when it does angle back in and perhaps moves off the surface, or even if it is just that late movement through the air, when it angles back down the slope, it can keep low. 399 for 5. One thing we can say, it's been another very good cricket wicket here at Lord's. 199 all out. Glamorgan, Middlesex really got it going on that first afternoon and got through the visitors. You see that surface, there's a little bit of greenness still that you can see out there. Not a lot at all, but very good track. 399 for 5 early season runs here at Lord's. Century for Holden. Not far off deploy. Davies out there now. Will be doing his best to support Geddes getting through to 3 figures. Davies has got some intent about him here. Very Plays a little late cut, eyeing up that boundary. There's a sweeper just out of shot to the right. It's deep cover point. And to the left was the deep-ish gully, or deeper gully. Oh, stepped across a long way there. Let's have a look at that again, because we saw the ball that was pitching round about middle and off and taking the top of the off, turning against the slope. This one pitches not too dissimilar at all to the one that turned hard and took the top of off to remove deploy. That one was a fraction shorter from Kellaway, allowing Davies to rock back, and showed a lot of the leg stump there. Length's a key. It was one thing that was noted yesterday. Perhaps Glamorgan just didn't quite bowl as full as Middlesex to get the reward that Middlesex got, particularly on that first afternoon. Across again. 400 on the board for Middlesex. The lead is over 200. They have to go past their first innings score just to make Middlesex bat again. Oh, that's lifted straight to mid-wicket. And Geddes will not get his first century for Middlesex. A little chip to northeast. But I tell you what, the spinners in the game this morning from the nursery end. Middlesex already with a lead of 203, might not mind that at all. But Geddes, sadly for him, after a brilliant knock, a little bit of drift on that, a lot of turn. That's a lovely ball from Kellaway. It's a good catch from northeast. It's a disappointment for Geddes personally, but for his side, he's done a great job here. 83. For Middlesex, another 50, not to be the century this time, but 402 for 6. And he raises his bat as he walks off. It's been a fine knock, a shake of the head, but the disappointment mainly personal for him. The lead's 203 and Middlesex are in a very good position right now. Glamorgan, full of smiles. This is their last grab, as we've said. If they could turn one into two, and the second one being Geddes having already taken deploy, then there will be a chance. Now here comes Zafar Gohar. He'll have a lot to say with the batter, he'll hope to, but Middlesex will certainly hope that he'll have an awful lot to say with the ball as well, having seen Kellaway pick up 2 wickets this morning, and 2 serious spinning wickets as well, taking the top of off and that one just turning and finding Geddes, who's well in at that stage as well, dollying one up to mid-wicket. But 402 for 6, a lead of 203. Davies has a chat. Shake of the head a little. You could almost be saying, so, well, you're going to enjoy it, Zafar. Davies 13 from 18 showing intent. Zafar Gohar, I think, will show intent as well. And when Ed Bevan was with us a little while ago, we were talking about potentially, if things go well for Middlesex, a mid-afternoon declaration. Right now, 45 minutes in to the third morning, Glamorgan will be thinking, come on, all done by lunch. All Hassan's showing some really good control from the pavilion ends and some threat. Big threat from Kellaway at the nursery end. Question will be, do they bring Bashir in, as that ball is turning now this morning? Do they bring Bashir in as well? Here's Al Hassan from the pavilion end. That was the last ball of the 131st, 402 for 6. Scurrying through for a single. It's got Gohar's legs going. Come down and have a little look at the track. Popular figure at Middlesex already, Zafar Gohar. He's settled in well since his arrival from Gloucestershire. And he settles to the innings with a single Out to deep backward square leg, little use of the feet. Turns Ul Hassan down to Fernando. Can he get in amongst the wickets? He's coming around the wicket to the left-handers. He was showing some threat to get us over the wicket. End of the over, 404 for 6.
Just lose that, they'll have taken off on the table. You should take off your season tally, not your game tally, because in the game then you might be deliberately slowing it down because you're playing badly. I'm sure you're wrong, mate. Hope so. Yeah.
Nicely stroked away for a single.
So we got the daff. We got the daff. Sure. So I thought let's bring back the tourists. Taxi.
End of the over, 406 for 6. Easter Sunday, and a happy Easter to everybody celebrating today. Easter egg hunt That's what we've got the camera crew on. We've got our own Easter egg hunt at Lords. Who's going to pick up, which of our camera crews first going to find the first Easter egg of the day?
From the field end, shut Bashir.
So, Bashir with the 2 wickets for Kellaway at the nursery end. Bashir will be turning it with the slope away from the left-handed Davies, away from the left-handed Zafar Gohar. Will have a very keen interest. Most expensive of the regulars. And a nice start, good flight. Zafar scratching at the crease. Bit of flight, nice stroke. Got ball low. Nice shot again. They will get through for the single. That's good running. Just finding the gap. On to come with the over. And a dot to finish.
Toby Roland Jones.
So 4:13 for 7. Apologies for a slight technical issue with the mic in that last over, but Davies, the latest to go to Kellaway. The 7th goes down. Middlesex clearly have got it in the mind to get going here. That's a lovely stroke. Away through point it goes. News from Radlett. Middlesex have bowled Kent out for 66 in the inaugural Middlesex Women's Tier 2 game against Kent. Roland Jones down the track to that one. Big appeal, but a good use of the feet. And again with the slope. That's a good shout. That's a glorious follow-up from Roland Jones. Could be his first boundary, and it is. Pops over the rope. 420 for 7. Lead 2-2-1 now for Middlesex. That's turn. Wow. Turn and bounce. And all of the players to bowl that to as well. Zafar Gohar. Well, turn and bounce the ball before. Perhaps put something in Zafar's mind. I'm getting on with this. I fancy a bowl on it. We've got a game bubbling up here at Lord's now. It's a game within a game at the moment as the left-hander, slow left arm spinner, drives the off spinner through the covers for a couple. Bumps back the final ball of the over. 4-2-2 for 7. Now this is the one, the turn and the bounce, that led to the big heave-ho next. That has gone up the slope. Goodness me. Well, left arm over to a left-hander from the nursery end for Zafar Gohar. Will be very interested in where that ball pitched. Roland Jones right now against Bashir could be very interesting. Having seen that last ball that we've just replayed and the response from Zafar to go big, it's hard to imagine Roland Jones won't go after Bashir. Too deep. Deep square, just out of shot behind the umpire. There's a deep mid-wicket. Deep point as well. Lovely use of the feet. That's a glorious shot. You'll only get a single for it, but number 9, it's easy to forget what a good batter Toby Roland Jones is. He strokes the ball around elegantly. Another nudge and ladle from Roland Jones. Well, maybe with Zafar at the other end, the skipper's thinking he's got a job to do because, well, they're both all-rounders. I think you can say of Roland Jones's innings over the years. All right, he's a bowling all-rounder, but Zafar Gohar's showing just a little bit more at number 8. Against Bashir, they seem happy for a nudge and a nerd. It would be interesting to see Kellaway versus Zafar again. 3 for 42 now, Kellaway. End of the over. It will be Bashir versus Zafar again. 4-2-6 for 7. Roland Jones just plods back. Use of the feet and a big blow down the ground from Roland Jones. Dumps into the hover cover, that one. Let's see if they can find it. Have they followed it? Look, you see it just nestles here. There you go, pops up in the hover cover. If that was a fairground, he'd win a prize for that, wouldn't he? Doop. Nestles right in the gully on the top. Four, 3-3 for 7.
From the pavilion, net Levitt.
We've seen Davies hit a 6 this morning. We've seen plenty of intent from Zafar Gohar. Spin taken out of the attack. I think they probably fancied that Bashir might have taken a bit of tap. That'd have gone on for much longer. Oh, that's up in the air, but safe down to deep third. Single for Zafar.
Do you know, I was thinking about it. It's not fair because you do need to think. Exactly. Yeah. I did think about it, but it's not fair. No, I'm fine.
That is a lovely stroke. Beautiful timing. So much to pick through this morning. The turning ball, that bit of seam and swing that we saw for Ul Hassan from the pavilion end. But equally, there've been some gorgeous shots from Middlesex, who've shown all day yesterday if you get your head down and just want to stay in, you can do it. This morning they're trying to find a few more runs, and the wickets are going. Deploy, though, was bowled by a beaut. Good as similarly, it was turned for Kellaway. And the sweep from Davies. Now, look at that go from Roland Jones. Long arms, levered down onto that one. And he enjoyed that. That's up there. Getty's got one down the ground today for 4. Nearly went back to back with it. But for the bat of Deploy at the non-striker's end, there was no stopping that one from Roland Jones. Back-to-back boundaries, and then in behind the 4th ball of the over. Skipper's on to 22. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Roland Jones is seeing it big. 4 more. Clipped away over the top of mid-wicket. A bounce, 2 at most. It's a sweet pickup. Where did it pitch? Let's see. There we go. Skips away. All smiles on a sunny Sunday morning. Just a little bit of cloud cover at the moment. They'd clearly just finished their Easter egg. 446 for 7 Middlesex. Roland Jones on to 26. Zafar Gohar 11. The lead is 247. Jovial Easter Sunday morning for Middlesex at Lord's. How many bunnies will Zafar be able to find before the day's out? With the bat and the ball. Easter egg hunt here at Lord's. One went that way, the other went the other. Easter bunnies run off with them clearly. We had the fox the other day. No bunnies with the bat in this Middlesex innings. Well, that sorted that then. A few of the Lord's members just deemed to be in line with the bowler's arm from that pavilion end. This is the nursery for Kellaway. Oh, that was a very tight single in that mid-wicket came charging in, and well, if he'd been able to just swoop down and get a hand on it, Byram, then it would have been a one-handed underarm throw at one stump at the non-striker's end, but Byram not able to get there, and Zafar was charging through for that single, aware that potentially Byram would have had a chance. Over to Roland Jones. 4-4-8 for 7. Roland Jones to have strike on 27. Zaffer's put the shots away for the moment. There comes the sun. Blazing down on Lords. Pretty picture. There's a lot of cloud cover in the distance there, and over the top of Old Father Time at the moment, the sun's obviously managed to peek through a bit of that cloud, which has filled in around Lords for the most part. There you go, sunny in the stand. Flask will still be warm. Just before lunch, it's soup, tea. Let's see what's going to come out of that. Oh, can't quite see. Oh, he's finished it. Must have been whiskey. Oh, goodness me, that's launched back over the bowler's head. Just a sweet swing of the bat. There wasn't even a huge amount of effort put into that one from Roland Jones. Just the arc. Look at it go. Almost effortless, just letting that bat swing down and through. 450 up for Middlesex. The lead's 253. Wickets going this morning, but runs coming aplenty. The run rate up to 3.2. Having been down at 2.4, even when Middlesex were going well. Geddes and Deploy managed to get it up towards 3, but now well over it. Edged. Oh, great catch. Cook takes it cleanly. That's a wonderful, wonderful grab. And he knows it. And some smiles back on Glamorgan faces this morning. Rueful from Roland Jones as he walks off. He's hit that ball many a mile this morning. But look at this. Full stretch. One chance. That was all he needed. Cook cleans up. And a wonderful tumbling take by the keeper. Roland Jones has to go. Leonard has a wicket. Middlesex skipper probably thought he'd get away with that one. Thick edge, but a brilliant catch. Caught Cook, bowled Leonard 31 from 27. A fine knock, an entertaining knock from the skipper. He's pushed his side along. Leonard 2 for 89 now. Middlesex 4-5-2 for 8. Little words for the number 10, Henry Brooks it is. A confirmation that Dane Patterson will have to wait. How many 50s has Brooks got? How many 50s has Brooks got?
Henry Brooks.
So Brooks to join Zaffer. Does that change Zaffer's approach? We have 40 minutes until lunch on the third day. At the rate Roland Jones was going, and now with 2 wickets left, you'd have fancied that Zaffer will open up. 4-5-2 for 8, a lead of 2-5-3. I reckon now Zaffer will be thinking about starting to open up. Here's Leonard to Brooks. 4 and a wicket so far in the over. And goes into the block hole. Is that boot or is it bat? If it was boot, I reckon there's a chance it's hit him outside the line of off. Nope. Oh, inside edge. That's a very good shout by the umpire. Very, very good shout. Mr. Pratt at the pavilion end. That patch of blue is a little bit bigger than I realised. Look at the scene at Lords now. crease to finish, angling it in, but Brooks equal to it, pushes back his fourth ball. His first ball was an interesting one. Just look for the little inside tickle on the bat. It looked for all the world as though he was gone. Just there. Strong breeze again today. It doesn't feel quite as strong as it was yesterday. The pennant pushed slightly off the pole. Zafar Gohar, how much will he be pushing it around now? He's got the 10 and 11 at the other end. 4, 5, 2 for 8. Oh dear, well, he's gone, stumped. It could have been anything. I think Zafar gave up the ghost. Did he think he was bowled? Did he just give up the ghost that he was going to get back in time? Any sign of a declaration? Yes. Looking at the balcony, there's a wave. And I think that is it done. Was that the wave? It was certainly a wave from the balcony for Brooks. I think he might just be waiting on confirmation. But here's the wicket in the meantime. Let's have a look. Yeah. I think he gave up all hope, Zafar. Well, it hit him on the pads, so you have to wonder whether there would have been a chance. I don't think he was never going to get back. He knew it, but you have to wonder whether, having hit the pads, maybe he shouldn't have given up, but that is one of the rules, isn't it? Always ground your bat, always finish your run, always try and get back in. Zafar's gone for 12. He wouldn't have had much of a chance. Kellaway has a fourth for 51. Well, I think the Middlesex bowlers will be hopping after this performance with the ball this morning, not just Fernando, especially Zafar Gohar. So no declaration. That wave was stay out there, clearly, from the balcony. I saw the hand go up, but that was sort of, couldn't quite tell. The hand was clearly saying stay out in the middle. It wasn't a hand going up to say come back in. Dane Patterson makes his way to the middle for the first time as a Middlesex batter. 150 to his name in first class cricket, as Brooks has. Fair to say Patterson's had a fair bit more cricket though, but he'll have strike. Kellaway's eyeing a 5 for at Lords. He's got 4 for 51. Middlesex's lead 2-5-3. Won't be long now until those two have the ball in hand. There's 35 minutes until lunch. Watchful from Patterson first up. Everything a bonus now, but you can imagine that either of these two, or both indeed, when they do think they see it big, it's going to get launched. Like that. Carlson's face at slip. And Patterson has his first run as a Middlesex player. Over to Brooks. Middle and off, please, umps. Ooh. It's even closer to off. That I thought the umpire was just going to pull him back slightly towards middle. There you go, you can see the back foot's on off. Brooks try and find a single now into the over. One ball to come of it. Oh, we nearly got it through. Patterson to have strike. He has one. Brooks yet to get off the mark. 6 face. Middlesex 4, 5, 3 for 9. So 5 wickets in the session so far. This was the 5th. Just clips that front pad. The keeper's done brilliantly. Well, so was that... Watch Kellaway. Was he appealing LBW before he even looked at... Look, goes up. How's that? He turns to the standing umpire. By which point, Cook's running towards him. Forget about the LB. We've got the stumping. Field changing here. Slippers come out, going into mid-wicket. There's a deep mid-wicket, a deep square and a long leg. Does that mean he's bumping him? Or is it the bluff? Single gets Brooks onto strike. Let's go round each other there. Patterson running up the hill to the pavilion end. This might be the matchup. Leonard to Brooks. The field remains the same. Leonard will surely be keeping it on the stumps or the chin. Stumps first. Such a short boundary to the leg side, though, that anything he does drop short. Even a decent connection on the top edge is 6. I feel he's missed out a little bit there, Brooks. Just didn't quite get the hands in the right position. Big gap between mid-off and more a cover point than a cover. It's in the nose or the toes tested yet by Leonard, the number 10. Goes outside off again and he's punished. In between cover point and backward point, they'll get a couple. Field set, you can see he's biting away at his sweater. The field set for targeting the stumps, certainly keeping the line straight. As I say, whether it is line and length, but on the stumps, the Yorker or the bumper. Nothing outside off though, you'd fancy. No slip in place, no deep, and there is a deep third. There's the bumper. Down the leg side. Did it. 4, 5, 6 for 9. Delighted to say that Eb Evans sat back down alongside me.
Yes, interesting morning's cricket coming, really, hasn't it? And Glamorgan has stuck to their task well. I've been hugely impressed by young Kellaway's off-spin. It's in the traditional mode, really, of nice high action, gives it a tweak, and it's been interesting. I did mention on radio now, I think the Glamorgan openers will hope that they block the next few overs, because there's a chance of them coming in with 2 or 3 overs to face before lunch.
Well, that has been on the mind. You almost feel for Patterson and Brooks. They may as well open up now.
Yes.
And that goes past the edge. Well, when he got out Zafar Gohar, I did think, as Kellaway was picking up 3 already, Gohar was his 4th. Middlesex left arm spinner will be very enthused by the turnout there. Lovely use of the feet, a sweet connection down the ground for 6. Fernando there at long off. He's thinking about could he get in line. lusty strike.
Yes, big shot, and good to see the tailenders playing that the old tailenders used to play.
You'd imagine that these two will have a go in that sense.
And Callaway has a great chance here of a 5-4 and an undefeated 50. The home of cricket.
Well, he's highly likely to have a chance to go even bigger in the second innings, because there's a lot of batting to do for Glamorgan, isn't there? They've taken a couple there, Middlesex.
No, it's going to be a long day for them, Kevin, and they'll do well to avoid defeat in this game, because there's so much time left. And they'll be facing, they've been in the field a long, long time. How many overs have we had? 140 odd, and they'll have to try and bat out a day and a half.
What Middlesex have shown on this pitch is if you want to get your head down and bat, you can. It's upping the strike rate that's a little bit more difficult. They've gone from what, about, well, they got it up to 3 overnight, didn't they? They got it up to 3.21 this morning, but it's come at the cost of 5 wickets so far, and quite soon 6, you'd imagine. So there are a couple of takeaways, aren't there, in this innings? Swan, Zafar, Gohar and Middlesex. Hassan indeed, I thought, bowled well. There was seam and swing there for him, wasn't there?
Yes. And the only disappointment, I think, has been Shoaib Bashir. And I think he's still got to, Kevin, got to adapt to English pitches, because I had a long chat to John Embry here a couple of days ago, and I spoke about him. And John, of course, we know, was a class act. There's a Middlesex and England off spinner. And he said, what you can remember, Ed, he said that he's taken all his test wickets on turning pitches out in India, which is absolutely right. And these pitches are totally different, as we all know. And he will look at Callaway and watch how he's bowled, because Callaway's kept it up there, hasn't he? And the lovely loop that he's got. He's a tall young man, as is Bashir. But it has to be said that he's been out bowled by Callaway in the spin department.
Is he keeping it outside off? Because he doesn't want to. What will it be now? It's 25-2, so there'll be 15 minutes at Glamorgan before lunch if the wicket fell.
Yeah, and Hassan and Eddie Byram were saying, yeah, well, keep the runs down. Well, don't get out, you two. See that catch by Chris Cook? A worldie, as they say in soccer parlance.
Yeah, there's a stun of that, wasn't it? I was holding back on saying he's grabbed that out of the top corner.
That was used on radio, or words to that effect as well.
Oh, he's giving himself room. Deep third comes around, they'll pick up 2 in the air. A question I don't think I've ever asked you: have you got a footy team, Ed? Have you got a football team that you follow? Don't think I've ever asked you that.
Well, we haven't worked on radio for some time, and I mention it every time. Yeah, Swansea City.
Honestly, Ed, I don't think I've ever had that conversation with you about football before.
We have won 4 successive games on the trot. They're 11th in Division 2. And again, hopefully a manager will be appointed now. We've done sterling work as an assistant. 3, if you want to know, I've got 3 season tickets for the family and an avid follower. Just to answer your question.
I can't believe all these years we've never spoken about football. I'd remembered. We've never ever ventured into football.
Now half the side are playing for Leeds United at the moment. Well, were. Likes of James and Piero and
guided to backward point.
Entertaining morning's cricket, isn't it? Runs and wickets. 468 for 9, and this lead now is very useful, 269.
Well, yeah, that's going to be the question, isn't it? You know, Middlesex have looked to push on this morning, and it's come at a cost. All right, the first one to deploy wasn't it? It was a brilliant ball from Callaway. Just a single to deep mid-wicket. But Middlesex batted patiently all day yesterday. That run rate came down to 2.4, didn't it, at one point, even when they were going well with Holden and co.
Glamorgan will be hugely relieved, Kevin, to see that the over rate, which at one stage was -6. I think there's an error there somewhere, because we finished at 25 just after 6:30 last night, and it's now down to -1. And I've always said you can take an over off of that long walk from the dressing room down.
Oh, got the toes out of the way of that one. Single to end the over. 470 for 9. Usually you'd say that this would be frustrating them, wouldn't you?
Or Middlesex balcony, please, mate.
In fact, we're done. Yep, I was just about to say,
yeah,
let's have a look at the Middlesex balcony, but they've made the decision themselves. They're going to have 10 minutes at Glamorgan before lunch. 470 for 9 declared. Patterson's making his way off. There was the figure of Roland Jones in the doorway. He'd obviously called them off at the end of the over. So it'll be 10 minutes before lunch, and this is what we were saying, that Glamorgan wouldn't particularly fancy this. So good move by Roland Jones. I think for, even if they'd have smashed another 30, this 10 minutes before lunch could be far more valuable.
When he was out, Roland Jones had a long chat with Zofa Goa and said to him, I suspect, look, get as many as you can because I'm pulling in at 1:45 or whatever. So what do we got? It's 19, 2 overs possibly. I'm only joking, night watchman.
Well, reverse the order. Maybe, well, Bradman, if it's good enough for Bradman. Ed Bevan, we'll take a short break here on the stream. Thanks for your company. Legend of Welsh broadcasting, Ed Bevan, alongside myself, Kevin Hand. We'll be back on the live stream in a few moments in association with Dafabet Middlesex declare on 470 for 9. Charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't. He has! What a catch! Aitchison gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
So my catering facilities on the ground, our food and beverage department celebrating 20 years of bringing the catering operation of Lords in-house, and food and drink can be purchased from the Bias Interior Bar under the Noun Stand or the scene behind the Barkings Media Centre, serving hot and cold refreshments throughout the day. Also behind the Water Stand, Hornets Cafe open for hot drinks and treats. And we might be sitting near part of the British-based brewery Brewdog.
Has he got him? He has! Oh, wow! That is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't. He has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
So with 65 overs left to be bowled in the day's play. Umpires returning to the field, Neil Pratt and Ben Pepper. And please welcome the Middlesex side led by Tony Rowan-Jones.
And welcome back to Lords. Umpires on their way. Here come Middlesex. Tricky 10 minutes before lunch. They'll try and get 2 out of this. They'll try and get 3 out of this 10 minutes before the interval. Be quick about their work. Can they get Ben has just sat back down alongside me. I wasn't suggesting 3 wickets, Ed. Although they take it. But 470 for 9 declared. I think it's very sensible.
Two overs, right?
I think they'll be disappointed if they don't get the 3 in. They'll do their best, but it might just be 2 overs.
One for over. One for over.
Yeah, well, I do wonder, do they go with Roland Jones at one end and Zafar Gohar at the other? It's going to be Dane Patterson, though. It's going to be nursery end to start up. So Patterson from the nursery, Roland Jones from the pavilion. One thing's for sure, Ul Hassan and Eddie Byram come out to open up. So Glamorgan have not reversed the order.
I suspect there'll be some tying of laces in between overs and prodding of pitches.
I'd be very surprised if they didn't. Patterson hasn't got the longest of run-ups from the nursery ends. Everybody's set to go, and actually the only 2 that aren't are the ground staff. They're running off.
So Hassan will take strike control there behind of the innings from the nursery end for Middlesex, Dane Patterson.
So Patterson it is to Ul Hassan. 4 slips, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. 10 to lunch. No, pitch is outside the line, I reckon. There was a bit of shape on it as well, which was from off to leg. It was already starting leg side. Let's have a look.
He had a nervous sort of twitch at that, and the only... way down the leg side, I thought that. And
might have just pitched in line, but yeah, definitely heading down leg.
Good decision. Good acquisition. Patterson keeps fit.
Something straight into the mind of the batter as well, though, that. I think we could have put a lot of money on that next ball being angled across him.
Funny sort of day. You've got plenty of cloud cover to assist the swing of the new ball, and a little patches of blue sky. But basically, it's a good batting pitch, I think you've got to say.
Well, I think Middlesex showed that yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah.
That
if you adapt.
That was the ball he wanted to serve last up, wasn't it? It was just a little bit too wide.
Survival is the main objective for these 2 before lunch. Naught for naught would be ideal. So we saw some good cricket this morning. Overnight score 353 for 4, so 6 wickets went down, and they reached 470. Good scoring rate, so good championship cricket, Kevin.
Off the mark in the second innings, off the mark with a boundary as well. It's a nice little tuck away from Ul Hassan.
Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but I really think this boy is here to stay. Half a dozen trials with other counties. And you often see that, don't you? All of a sudden you grow a bit more matured, plenty of practice and work hard at your game, then you come to a county. And he's just about solving now the opening problem that Glamorgan have had for years.
There goes another one, wide mid-off. Brooks having to give chase. Will warm him up for his post-lunch session or spell. Yeah, I mean, one thing that we've had at the start of the season, some brilliant county championship cricket. We've been helped by the weather.
Oh, it's been great.
There's the ball that Patterson's been looking for, just angles up the slope. Look at them scurrying around. End of that one. They'll be desperately trying to get 3 in before lunch. There's the first of them, 6 without loss.
And the batsmen having a long chat and discussing probably nothing really. Just wasted a little bit of time, but it'll be touch or go whether they get the third over in. Toby Rowland-Jones is going to open from the far end. And we have an interesting day's cricket in front of us. Lots and lots of work by Glamorgan. And that deficit was a hefty one, wasn't it, Gav? 200. What was it? 271, yeah.
Rowland-Jones from the pavilion end, very familiar figure. Starting up down below that famous old red bricked pavilion. Byram's first ball. Oh, just played the line there, Byram.
Yeah, I've been saying it for a long time. He's a good lever in as much. You remember Mark Benson, he was Warwickshire got 1 cup for England and an umpire, and had the best leave in the country at one stage, because you'd swear that he was beaten, but he was not. Judging it perfectly. And Byram is one of those as well.
Oh wow, that is some ball. What has it taken on the way through though? Nothing.
Well, I thought for a moment that he'd bowled him, because everybody was rushing up.
Might have been bat on pad offering a noise. Maybe just clip that back pad on the way down the hill. This is the angle. Does it go past that outside it? Yes, just brushed. No, I think it just brushes the pad on the way through.
I think he might have just marginally been missing off stump. Seen those given.
Oh wow, the step across from Byram. I wonder, did Rowland-Jones see him going, just drag it a little bit more down the leg side, targeting that off stump, and that ball can come clattering in down the slope. So it's a risk from Byron to step across like that.
It's a nervy time, isn't it? Nervy shots from Byron there. And looking at my watch, interesting. I thought this morning that we started 2 minutes early.
We did. Yep, we did.
So it's 2 minutes to 2 now. Half the over gone. 2 minutes to 1 rather.
That's a really good point. Really, really good point.
Consistency this morning was the hallmark, well, throughout the innings. Middlesex's innings, 1 Centurion and 3 others passing 50. 2 of them very close to 100. It's a good batting by the top order.
One ball to come of this over. Will there be one more over before lunch? I think, Ed, you've nailed it. It should be lunch, given by the time that we started this morning.
Umpire, that end, Pepperell just looked at his watch.
That's just shy of 1 o'clock on that, but as you say, we were just shy of 11 when we began.
Well, it depends, of course, when the umpire, the square leg umpire, reaches a point.
Now, umpires look at their watches, but for the moment, we're going on. Square legs walking up to the stumps of the non-strikers end. They're having a look at the clock. Passon's charging in, handing his cap over.
Again, umpire Pepperell looks at his watch.
And of course, the bowlers have to be in position as well, don't they? Which Patson will be.
Get it in.
You're right, it's only just though.
Dash it all, says Rothesay. Or worse.
No stump cam, fortunately, for this one. No ball. I reckon that's pitched outside the line of leg. We saw that one pitch in line and then come back down the slope, would have missed leg. This one, I reckon, pitched just outside and may well have hit leg. Did he get a little tickle on it as well? No, he didn't. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, that probably was pitching in line and hit him, but No ball called. Ul Hassan just got away. Hitting the back leg, but that back leg's heavily bent as the hips come around.
Now with 4 slips and 6 men on the offside, Hassan should know now that ball is going to pitch middle and off and go away, so he could adapt and take the right guard, because very rarely I think you'll see Patterson bowling down the leg side. He's only got a man on the long leg boundary and 2 others saving 1. So that will be the angle of attack, one feels.
There you go. Quite a wide long leg down there as well, isn't he? Almost around to a deep backward square. This man's a metronome, and he gets the ball to do a bit as well.
I follow every score in the county every week, and I notice that to get 330 odd for 2 and this attack, must have batted well, those Kent boys.
They did. It really flattened out that third day. It was an extraordinary heavy roller went on, and there were a few quiet whispers on the second day from Kent. They expected it to do just that. Middlesex, first day had 16 wickets fell, and there should have been a lot more. Middlesex knew at 79 for 6. Kent batting second in the game as well.
Yeah.
They let them off the mark. I let them off the hook at that point. But it was turning, it was bouncing.
Good cricket wicket then.
The first day, it was doing all sorts. It was seaming. Once it seamed, you knew it would spin as well. But it was bouncing it. So Zafago, I was right in the game. But by the third day, there was no spin, there was no bounce. Certainly no seam movement. Was there any movement on that? Either way, Ul Hassan was in a good position over the top of it, angle bat, and he picks up 4 more.
Perhaps, I'm not criticising Patterson, just bowl a little straighter, perhaps he might just get a nick on. But he's handled it well, the young man. 2 balls left to negotiate.
There you go. That's the spot, isn't it?
Make them play.
A little bit of shape on it as well, wasn't there, from Patterson? Just through the air a little bit.
Good spot. Nothing wrong with your eyes, Mr. Hand.
It's just the rest that's the problem.
I've had 2 cataracts in the winter, so I'm fine. Start playing again.
Ooh, with the slope, straightens up. But started wide enough for a comfortable even. Well played. Ul Hassan and Eddie Byron. Thank you, Bevan. Much appreciated his help on the stream. This morning, live enhanced stream in association with DAFBet will be back in just under 40 minutes. Glamorgan in their second innings, third of the match, 12 without loss.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has.
Oh, wow.
Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Inquiries regarding events with Middlesex this summer, of which there are plenty, plus of course details on membership where there is no waiting list. Reminder also this year that Sam Robson awarded a testimonial here. For more information on how to support, please visit his website, robsontestimonial25.com.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
A reminder as well as the usual Middlesex and MCC merchandise, the new range of England kit which was launched in the last few days, and many items on sale from that range here for you today. Plus also the new season Playfair Cricketers Annual and also the Cricketers Who's Here 2025 in stock. Lord's Father Time Wall which is a stunning new installation behind the ground and Compton stand. Well worth a visit today. The wall showcases the 100 greatest milestones that have taken place here at Lord's, alongside thousands of supporter messages. Well worth a visit today if you have the chance. A reminder that Lord's website is the place to go for information on how to purchase a supporter plaque. And the MCC delighted that the museum and library open until 5 o'clock today. The museum entry £5 to adults and £3 for concessions. And for MCC members have free entry. Library entry is free but restricted to MCC and Middlesex members. be an ex-county championship action here. Sees the visitor Kent to take on Middlesex starting on Friday the 2nd of May. If you enjoy the Vitality Plus sports place, there's 4 matches this summer. Match goes because double header, of course, against the Sussex Sharks starts things off on the 29th of May. A reminder that this weekend only there is a 20% discount in operation on all tickets purchased this weekend. That's for all 4 T20 matches hosted here this summer. Visit the Lord's website for further information. There's some scores from the other matches taking place in the Rothesay County Championship this afternoon, starting off in Division 1 down at Hove, where the batters continuing to enjoy conditions in response to Sussex 435, Surrey 216 for 2. Don Sibley was hit for this morning for 82. Ollie Pope is unbeaten on 94. At Chester Street play Yorkshire visitors to Durham. Yorkshire made 307. In reply, Durham still going well, 386 for 6. Alex Lees was out for 172 and Emilio gave for 152. It means that Durham's lead is 79. Chelmsford into the final innings of the match between Essex and Worcestershire. Essex all out for 179, Worcestershire 202, and then the second time round Essex bowled out for 317. It means that Worcestershire's target is 295. They've not started well. They are 1 for 1 at lunch. At Southampton, where Somerset playing Hampshire, Somerset were dismissed in the first innings for 184. Hampshire have just been dismissed for 336, right on the verge of lunch. 82 for Big Gubbins and 72 for Liam Dawson. It means Hampshire's lead is 152. Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are playing Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire were dismissed for 93 in their first innings, not still going well. In reply, 307 for 6 means they lead by 214. Asim Hamid, 112 not out. In Division 2, at Emirates Old Trafford, Lancashire against Leicestershire. Lancashire made 263 in their first innings. Leicestershire in reply, 242 for 3. Lewis Hill, 36 not out. At Canterbury, Gloucestershire against Kent. Gloucestershire made 472. Kent had just been dismissed for 393. It means they trail by 79 on first innings. And finally at Derby, where Derbyshire are playing Northamptonshire. Derbyshire made 307 in their first innings. In reply, Northamptonshire 375 for 5, with Proctor made 150, Rob Keogh 51, and their lead at lunch is 68 runs with 5 wickets remaining in their first innings. flies back to the field, Neil Pratt and Ben Peveril. Toby Rowland-Jones leading up Middlesex. To 2 for Glamorgan, Empire in to score, and Zayn Al-Hassan on 10.
Well, very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to a cloudy, overcast Lords. Middlesex will enjoy that, and I'd imagine that will be the chat from Toby Rowland-Jones. Middlesex have put themselves into a very, very good position in this match. Glamorgan 12 without loss in their second innings. They trail by 259 runs. And it's Rowland-Jones taking off the sweater. Hold your catches. One strong session here for the hosts. And the only way out of this game for Glamorgan, if it isn't already the only way out, is to hang on in there for the draw and hope that the weather helps them tomorrow. Cloudy overheads. Light will come into play at some point. The floodlights, you can see that they're extended up there, so you can't quite see the tops of them. They're not on. But we're not far off that kind of level. Here's Rowland-Jones. Let's get play underway after lunch. And runs to begin. Just a single long leg in position. Well, he was stretching a long way for that. Down to deep third. It's a boundary. But, oh dear. Flies past gully. It is at gully. Slip is Eskenazi, no Sam Robson, usual slip for Middlesex. Deploy second, Higgins third. Geddes is gully. So 6 wickets falling in the morning session, but that was because Middlesex were looking to put their foot down. The first wasn't along those lines. Brilliant dismissal. Callaway getting one to turn up the slope to beat Elias Deploy. Take the top of his off stump. Trapping the bat down on that one. Pick up a couple. Well, wait, no, just a single. Holden doing well to catch it up quickly. Live and Heart stream here at Lords in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand. I have Mark Lane with us this afternoon. Mark Lane, former England women's coach, now pathway head coach at Middlesex. Speaking of women, Middlesex women have won by 8 wickets in their inaugural Tier 2 match against Kent at Radlett. Curley ended up with 6 wickets in that. She took 5 of the first 6 to fall. 4 overs done, 19 without loss.
This
This man had a very big shout before lunch against Ul Hassan. Actually looked better on the replay than first look. A couple of wickets in the first innings. And a bit of fun with the bat this morning, but Middlesex want him to have a lot of fun with the ball this afternoon. Weather is on the mind. They'll be very keen on making as short a job of this as they can. But Glamorgan will have seen yesterday that if you want to get in and stay in, then it is very possible. Fernandez and Eskenazi giving it a very good start. Holden deploy. Higgins had a horrible little burst just before tea that he had to face and didn't survive it. He was gone for one, but then Geddes getting in as well, and some good lower order runs rapidly acquired. Ponderous Roland Jones in the foreground there. Ryan Higgins at third slip. Clapping away. There they are. Davies, Eskenazi, deploy Higgins, Ben Geddes. Playing the line, Byram. Top ball ends a maiden. Patterson none for 12 from 3. Glamorgan 19 without loss. That's where I want to be and where I want to stay, Roland Jones. Oh, there we go. Beautiful ball. Roland Jones not interested. They thought they had him behind the stump, bat and pad together, possibly offering a noise. Bottom of the bat, maybe just clipping the pad there. No, nowhere near. "19 without loss after 6. Nudge of the gloves, so look at the pitch. Look at the overheads at the moment. There's not a glimpse of blue over Lords. Something that will keep him happy. No shadow cast around him at all. Oh, put right up there by Patterson. Thick edge. Sending Fernandez on the chase. Hassan on to strike, indeed he. It's probably the pick of the seamers this morning, bit of seam, bit of swing. More in the Ryan Higgins mould, Hassan. Oh wow, look at that lift. Up the slope. Right arm over to the left-hander. Got the bat down in time, only just on that one. They were getting excited behind the stumps. Nicely played. Angle bat, patient, over the top of it, and soft hands. 4 runs. End of the over. And it into that boundary in between third and gully. Glamorgan 26 without loss. This is sound like the non-strikers then getting back in. That was how Deploy denied Geddes a boundary this morning. Slamming the bat back down. He slammed it down onto the ball. It's deflected then to mid-on. No run taken. No one doesn't get up. I've enjoyed the look of that. Brooks in the background seems to have a word or two as well. It's a nice ball again. Oh, that's edged. Deploy is in a bit of pain. Arms quickly went to the armpits there, or hands I should say. Wow, so close to being bowled. Oh, in and out. Single to end the over, all backed up by Fernandez. Disgruntled Roland Jones looks back to collect his sweater and cap. 27 without loss after 8. A run rate that Middlesex were aspiring to all the way through their innings, 3.38. It was a real dig-in yesterday for Middlesex. You'd imagine it will be a dig-in today for Glamorgan. That's a beauty. Byron, to be fair, is playing that off stump pretty well. But only just survive him. A couple of deliveries ago. Air ambulance heading over Lords. Has been known to land at the nursery end. There it is coming around the back of the grandstand. Lovely shot. Down the ground, that'll be 4. Desperate dive from Zafar Gohar, trying to get something on it. Oh, it does go over the rope as well. Fancied it was always going to make it, but was it just going to nudge the rope and stop? Solid start from Glamorgan. Drop catch in the last over. Big appeal just before lunch for that man, but 31 without loss in the 9th. Oh, through it goes. Lovely ball from Patterson. End of the 9th, 31 without loss. They trail by 240. And these two are giving Glamorgan a solid start now. On the spot, Roland Jones, he's there or thereabouts. The questions are definitely being asked by the Middlesex skipper into his 5th over. Punched through the covers. Gonna feel good for Byram. Off of that edge. Last up from Roland Jones, but that's a chunky meat of the bat. Leg stump, but mid-wicket does his job. Will Fernandez get a bowl? We saw Kellaway and Bashir in tandem today. There's Elias Deploy as well. Max Holden can turn his arm over with a bit of spin as well. Full delivery, push back, end of the 10th, 36 without loss. Byram has 14, Ul Hassan has 20. 55 overs remain today. Glamorgan still trailing by 235. They're going to have to bat pretty much 4 sessions at least to save the game. If they were to be done at tea tomorrow and a full day tomorrow, you'd imagine Middlesex would be coming out throwing the bat in that evening session to try and knock off whatever runs were required, but the weather may have a part to play in it all as well, which is why Middlesex would dearly love to take tomorrow out of the equation. Only 7 without loss. A little low, but kept out by Byram. Just lining it up. Patterson certainly was getting a bit of movement just before lunch. And it's clouded over now, so you'd expect it to be doing a fair bit for them. The man for that might be Higgins. End of the over. 11 bowls in this session. 37 without loss. You're watching the live enhanced stream. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to say. Mark Lane's alongside me. on the mic. And Laney, it's been a pretty good morning for Middlesex. Well, both here and at Radley. The women's team, of course, ex-England coach as you were, the women's side. The Tier 2 pathways up and running, and Middlesex up and running with a win against Kent this morning as well, as I'm sure you've heard.
Wow, fantastic. Yeah, I've not really heard too much. I've been on the nursery ground doing a session out there with the lads who aren't playing in this game.
Oh, drawn into that one. Ul Hassan. Player pathway head coach, of course, now with Middlesex. Yeah, down in the nets out the back. A bit cold out there this morning.
It was a little bit fresh, actually. It was pleasant when the sun came out, but fortunately the clouds have come out this afternoon, so it might help Rojo and Higo swing the ball.
As you have down in the nets this morning, competition's been one of the words that's used this year with Middlesex. It feels like there's a little bit more competition for places. Of course, at the moment, Tom Helm, Sam Robson are missing from this side for varying reasons. Blake Cullen rested and rotated, so there's 3 names that have gone up to replace them.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, some of the lads were performing well last couple of sort of second team games as well. It's just about getting your name into selection.
One of those big names, Nav Sharma, unfortunately broke his arm in the nets in the winter.
Yeah, that's right. He was away with the England 19s. He got hit by a net bowler out there. So, but Nav's just about there now, I think. So he's working incredibly hard on his physical side of things.
Short. Hassan pulls him away. They went with some short stuff against Ul Hassan in the first innings. I think they've got it in with a few words as well. Not best impressed with that, Roland Jones.
Yeah, so going back to Nav, he was, got selected for the England 19s with a couple of the other lads as well. So he's back bowling, backfield, and played last week in Taunton Vale for the second team. So it's good to see.
That's a gorgeous shot. In position down the hill. That's a really tough chase, and it's a brilliant piece of work. Zafar Gohar. Oh no, don't limp away from it, goodness me. He's got a lot of work to do this season, and I dare say he's got a lot of work to do in this game after the way that Kellaway bowled this morning. Turn and bounce out there from the nursery end, where I fancy Gohar will be doing an awful lot of the bowling.
Yeah, it'd be good to see. Good to see him on a spinning wicket, see how he goes.
Into the 12th, 40 without loss. How much have you seen this season so far?
Well, as I say, we've had a very fresh 3-day game at with the second team against Surrey at Merchant Taylors a couple of weeks ago, and then we were at Taunton Vale last week. So there's no second team game this week, so a bit of training, focus on some white ball stuff, and then we've got Essex next week, and then academy lads are playing at Crouch End this afternoon, so we're busy.
When you say the game at Merchant Taylor was fresh, that could mean one of 3 things to me.
All right, then, it was cold. But it was good. We played on the bottom pitch, good sound surface, and it's always nice. So we don't normally play these last 2 weeks. The fact that we've had some dry weather, albeit it has been a little bit fresh, but the wickets have been fantastic, ironically. And it just allows the other lads who aren't in this first team starting 11, it just allows them an opportunity to put their case forward.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Reminds me, I saw Carl McDermott, who's the head groundsman here at Lords, and he was unaccepting of praise when I said these are 2 pretty good tracks, Lancashire and this one. He said, well, a dry March. It's possible to prepare. You know, if you have the time to prepare, then we'll produce good pitches.
Yeah, and I think it's been over a period of time. So again, you know, I think speaking to the groundsman at Merchant Taylors, and he was a little bit worried it was too dry. So they were sort of sprinkling it and covering it as well.
Yeah, I actually had a first look at the pitch this morning in this game, and it is incredibly dry out there for this time of year.
Well, I actually think it's a really good thing because it brings the spinners into play. It brings another skill to the you know, and certainly for the likes of Zaf. You know, one of the reasons we signed him was for him to be able to affect games on the sort of third and fourth day.
It doesn't get up. .231 behind. It's still a long, long way for Glamorgan, but they'll be encouraged by this start. Hassan, Byram. Ooh, nutmeg. If that was it, nutmeg, maybe it went finer than I thought. Either way, thick inside edge. 4 more.
I think that's your slot, especially from the nursery end. You know, brings in the inside outside edge, brings the stumps into play as well, doesn't it? So, and I think the sort of chat is, you know, the game's gone at a roughly 2.5, just about 2.5 runs an over. It sort of gives us a good sort of 100 overs to bowl at Glamorgan. So, just got to be patient. Hopefully, like in the first innings, 1 brings 2, and then you never know what might happen.
End of the over, 13 bowled, 44 without loss. Yeah, the partnership in the first innings between these two was 42 for Byram. It was Court Davies off the bowling of Patterson for 18, Ul Hassan 65 from 124 deliveries. Court deploy bowled Roland Jones, North East 27. And then down the order, the only other, well, there were only 3 players to reach 20 in that first innings. Kellaway got 54. Ul Hassan 65 and North East 27. Missed out on a 5 for to go with his 50, Kellaway. Pretty close to it. Roland Jones reached 20, he reached 31 in fact. 27 very entertaining deliveries.
Was it? I didn't see it, but all we could hear was a few clatters and a few claps, so he must have given it a bit of a nudge, did he?
He did. Plonked it here, there and everywhere, and Patterson got one as well down the ground.
Brilliant. When does the T20 start?
Not far off, is it? End of May.
It'd be good if the wickets, if we can keep a bit of dry work, good wickets. Obviously helps with the white ball format, you know, so long may that continue.
We're hearing the weather might take a vengeance tomorrow and this week. Hopefully get it out of its system before Derbyshire.
I'm just being optimistic, really. Probably, yeah.
Some thought that there'd be snow within a few weeks as well in the forecast, but let's hope they're wrong.
It's cold enough at Merchant Taylors as it is, we don't need snow. It's been a great start to the summer, really. You know, the fact that everyone's been playing, they've worked incredibly hard in the winter, and the fact that we've not lost many days due to rain, I think is really, really important for not just for the Middlesex lads, but all cricketers across the country.
Lovely. Yeah, we've lucked out this year. First couple of weeks of the season have been a beaut. This one as well. Glamorgan will be looking for a little bit of luck with the weather tomorrow, you'd fancy.
That's a beauty. I think you just give the bowler a nod there and get on with the next one, isn't it?
Nice timing. Might just reach 20. Yes, he will.
Good shot, that. Just slightly too straight. Maybe trying to look to try and replicate the ball before, really, which probably pitched there and went past the top of off stump. That one just sort of hung in around the top of middle stump. It's a proper shot, that. So it looks like Brooks is getting loose, getting ready to go. Might be sort of short, sharp bursts, and then get the lacquer off that ball and let Zaffa camp in for the afternoon, I reckon.
Yeah. I wonder whether we could Patterson a go at the pavilion. He does prefer the nursery, though, doesn't he? So he has said, I believe.
Yeah, quite. I think they're happy to bowl either end. I think if there's offers enough either end, and you know, each end offers a different challenge to the batters, so you know, keep bringing the stumps into play, get one to grip or slide on, and then in the game. So just got to get the door open. Once you get the door open, then you kind of apply a little bit more pressure, so just keep working hard for that first one or two.
Right story of the first innings, wasn't it? They were 100 gone, just one down, and then that door opened in the afternoon and Middlesex didn't look back.
It was an incredible session, really, wasn't it? It just all happened a bit quickly. So, and sometimes once you get that momentum, it's actually quite hard to stop as a batting side. So.
Reaching for that one. I think quietly Middlesex reflected that in that first innings they felt they bowled out a little bit fuller than Glamorgan did, certainly to begin with. I think today was a different game altogether, bat and ball, but reflected on the first 2 days, Middlesex very pleased with their bowling performance.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we went a little bit fuller than the Glamorgan lads did. So.
Looks in better nick this year. Henry Brooks. Consistency and accuracy seem to have sharply improved over the winter, and that's not playing down his performance last year. Richard Johnson, I think, was reasonably open about the fact that, you know, he felt that one winter with Brooks and he'd be able to get him into a good place again.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Brooks here. I think he went abroad and played some cricket as well, which I think also helps. He's worked hard on his technical stuff this winter.
Was the technical stuff taking him back more to his natural game?
Yeah, I think there was some sort of there was quite a lot of videos flying around of when he was playing England 19s and when he bowled sort of, you know, high 80s, and I think it was almost how do we get him back to that. So I know that so Jono and Mertz spend a lot of time with him, and fingers crossed all the hard work pays off.
Quickest bowler of the match so far has been Leonard, according to the umpire cams. They've got some quicks, obviously. Middlesex in Brooks, as you say, of old, going up. I think he was clocked at 90, wasn't he?
That's right. Yeah, I caught up with Ned this morning, so he's an Ealing boy. Ealing Cricket Club, was on our elite player programme for quite a while, and ended up going down to Millfield, and where he got grabbed by Somerset. So yeah, he's an Ealing boy.
End of the 15th, 49 without loss. Mark Lane alongside myself, Kevin Hand, on the live enhanced stream here from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Nearly 50 stand for the opening wicket from this pair. Al Hassan certainly impressed in this game, it has to be said, with the ball as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's looks a proper player, doesn't he? You know, bat and ball. I think it's really a crucial role to play as that genuine all-rounder, can go in first and bowl a fair number of overs as well. So be a tough one to get.
Great grab in the outfield as well to get rid of Max Holden. He picks up the ball there.
Sounds like the captain's dream then, doesn't he? Bats, bowls, catches. So
it's taken a while to settle down though, hasn't he? Doing so at Glamorgan now. This man took a little while to settle down as well, didn't he? Nabbed from the second 11 at Surrey. Which isn't wholly true of the description. He was playing for the seconds, but on trial as much as anything. Chris Adams sent a scout to have a look. Nah, won't make it. Still hasn't told me who the scout was though, Chris Adams. Every time I see him, come on, tell us who it was.
I reckon I might have half an idea.
Of course, he was a pathway youth at Middlesex, Roland Jones, even though he was in the seconds at Surrey when Middlesex picked him up again. But he was an opening bat.
He showed that this afternoon, didn't he? You know, so I think it's a lot of these lads, their skills can change, can't they? I mean, I played a lot of my club cricket at Farnham Cricket Club, so I played a lot with Graham Thorpe, who used to open the bowling for us. You know, so
very occasionally bowled a bit of medium pace for England, didn't he, Thorpe? More so Surrey though, wasn't it?
yeah, absolutely. And you know, actually, Giles was a left-arm seamer when he was with us at Guildford, and ended up as a, you know, even these guys who bat lower down, shall we say, you know, often spend a lot of their time in youth cricket as being sort of top order batters. So I think it's really important that they can offer at least two skills. You know, obviously, what fielding being a given, but if you can offer and contribute with a bat, makes a big difference.
Former Middlesex spinner Ollie Rayner, he was a quick, wasn't he, in his younger years? I say younger years because he was a little bit of a late bloomer, wasn't he? Or a late comer to cricket.
The same with Nathan Fernandez, came onto the academy as a left-arm seamer. Remember one of the first conversations we had, he said, I don't want to bowl anymore, I want to be a batter. And I thought, well, that's a big move, speaking to Cootsy before we've had our first meeting, so it's not done too bad.
Well, he made his first 6 or 7 Middlesex appearances as a left-arm spinner in the T20, didn't he? End of the over. 50 without loss. 50 partnership on the board for these two with that single. I did wonder whether we might see a bit of Fernandez today in tandem with Zafar Gohar and Leicester Ploy as well.
Got too many now. Yeah.
It was actually in the Glamorgan Kookaburra match last year where Middlesex didn't play Holman. And I remember Deploy, actually he ragged one in that match past the edge of Northeast bat, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, it's quite often you know, certainly in the short format, your second skill gets you in because you can offer something else as well. And I know that's something Nate's been working hard on.
Oh, wow. Toe end through to the keeper. There you go.
I think the only one who didn't like that was the batter in first slip there.
Any sleepers? I'm determined that we find, yeah, that's a sleeper. Top left, white cap. I'm determined we find an Easter egg somewhere today. Are you allowed to eat your Easter eggs before Easter lunch though? Sunday lunch? Spoil your dinner.
Well, by all accounts, there was a few floating around yesterday with Spike, the Masua's 60th birthday.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I think there was a few bits and pieces floating around.
Didn't send any up here though, did he, Spike? Having words.
Good luck.
Oh, there's a tumble from Brooks. He does have a little kick up, doesn't he, at the end of his follow through?
Replay that one, please, mate. Front arm.
His left leg, I think it is, just kicks out a little bit usually. Or is his right leg that kicks out?
I reckon that was a tactical ploy. Kick up that rough patch, get Zaf down the bottom end. No, not really.
Right, first change at the pavilion end. Roland Jones has done. Here's Higgins. This is going to be an interesting one for me because it was from the pavilion end this morning that Ul Hassan seemed to have a little bit of fun through the air and off the surface. Seems to get more out of it than anybody else. Not a bad start. We came into the Middlesex side the very first time. Might have been down at Glamorgan actually, or was it Somerset? I think they were in between the two games. Oh, whipped away. It's a lovely shot by Byram. Right up there from Higgins, giving it every chance. Byram moves to 24. slams it to the big boundary at the grandstand. Yeah, when I first saw Higgins, maybe it was at Somerset, and then because I remember burgling a lift on the bus to Glamorgan a day in between the game, both of them in the West. Lovely shots. He's level with Ul Hassan on 28. 58 without loss now this opening stand. Maybe just going searching for a little bit early in the innings, early in the spell. Higgins just over pitching. But yeah, he had a huge head of hair on him. Absolutely huge head of hair.
Just a fraction full, really. I think that can just come back half a pace. You're in the game.
Like that.
Absolutely. And I think also he just, he skids onto you a little bit quicker than you think, and obviously very, very skillful in his wrist position. So, just got to be patient. I think the acceptable miss is to be hit down the ground if that's what you're trying to do. And it looked like Byron moved across to the off stump the ball before to try and pick him up. Maybe it's just to knock him off his line and length.
Two fours in the over. 18 done, 58 without loss, Glamorgan. In Salisbury on the left there, Rory Coots in the doorway, Alex Fraser the analyst in between them. The shadowy figure in the middle. No sign of the birthday boy though, Spike.
I think the birthday was yesterday, so I'm assuming they've hoovered all the chocolate and got birthday cake and goodness knows what else up there.
Colin the Caterpillar, was it, I heard?
I don't know, I was at Selhurst Park, so watching a dire game of football up there. We're saving ourselves for next Saturday.
Bryson?
Aston Villa in the semi-final. No, we've already beaten Brighton twice this year. I'm sure Fletcher will have spoken to you about that. Just looks like Brooksy's actually really hitting the pitch quite hard, trying to hit his length rather than just offering up there. So it's good to see. I think it looks like there's still plenty in this surface.
We saw that one hit the toe end of the bat in his previous over. If he can keep pushing Ul Hassan back like that.
Well, certainly plays in the batter's mind, doesn't it? When the pitch goes up and down, you're never really confident going forward or back. So you keep smashing the pitch hard, keep smashing the length that you're looking for. And
that's what we're talking about again. Bottom hand off, high up the outside edge of the bat. Might just make it. Oh, great effort, Nathan Fernandez.
It looks like he did stop it, didn't he? Don't know.
It was as tight as you could imagine that. When he got a grab on it, clutching forwards. Oh, wow. That's pretty good from Fernandez, isn't it?
Outstanding. Yeah.
I have to admit I was hesitant because I was thinking, how has he kept something over the rope there as he's flicked that back in, but he has. Brilliant work. Clearly learnt for the best in the pathway, Laney.
Oh, cool. Yeah, good old Josh Knappett for you. No, it's good. I mean, little things like that help the bowling side and the bowlers. You know, they know you're fully committed, because the bowlers do need these fielders on days like this. You know, need a little bit of magic. Maybe it's a catch or run out, whatever it may be. And these little stops and saves actually build up and create a bit more pressure.
End of the 19th, 62 without loss. Oh, very nearly beating that inside edge. Davies standing up to keep Byram in his crease. Nearly paid off first ball.
See a very small stride there, so Jack coming up to the stumps, I think is a really good thing.
Bumps off Holden, but no chance of the run. I've been picked up by one or two in the dressing room for saying that he's always smiling, Ryan Higgins.
I wouldn't say that.
On the field. It seems whatever contest he's in out there, he's enjoying it.
That's why it's so good, isn't it? You know, whether it's with the bat in the hand, with the ball in the hand, or in the field. You know if you're coming up against Ryan Higgins, you know you're in a fight, you're in a battle. So that's a good thing, and I think, you know, he goes about his business very quietly, but he drags others with him, which I think is really, really important. So when you've got some of the younger players, they know someone to follow.
I was doing my piece to Canberra ahead of the game. Ryan Higgins walked past. And of course, if Middlesex just had 11 Ryan Higgins, not the way I've been batting of late, he said. Form is temporary.
Absolutely.
He had a nasty one in this match. And Max Holden in the foreground there, got out just before tea yesterday. It meant that Higgins had a nasty few deliveries to try to survive, and he didn't. Holden holding out to deep cover, and then Higgins falling just after. Middlesex going in 4 down at the interval. That's how they remained at stumps. Glamorgan went in none down with a tricky 3 overs before the interval. They've had 17 since. They're 62 without loss.
Just going back to Max's knock, I thought it was timed beautifully, the way he sort of absorbed all the pressure, and then I think it was when the spinner came on, I think he whacked him into the grandstand, and it was just almost like as soon as they missed slightly, bang, he was on it, but was prepared to invest some time into his innings. So another really, really good 100.
I don't know if I've quite had the time to ask him yet if that was his best. I think I did mention it briefly when I saw him at Canterbury, but we were passing at that point. But from 7 for 3, Middlesex are in a desperate situation against Lancashire, still 100 behind on the third morning. Holden, well, he turned the game. Middlesex so close to victory on the final evening.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so good to see him. Obviously we still talk about Max being a young batter, but I mean, he's often around the franchises playing white ball cricket, so the fact that he can adapt to different situations, I think, shows a real quality.
And that's the quality of the last couple of seasons, I suggest, that he's come of age now, it seems, Max Holden. I mean, that for me, that was the best. I've thought highly of Max Holden since he first broke through at Middlesex. Thought they've got a real find, but that innings against Lancashire.
Yeah, like we're saying, not just the different scenarios, but it's different formats, different times of year. So I think that, like you say, coming of age, and sometimes it comes a little bit later, but also a real hard worker. And I think it's also probably changed in his practice, how he practices. He practices slightly different to how he was back in the day, and he used to hit a lot of balls and still does hit the right amount of balls for him. So it's obviously him working out what he needs to do and how to get the best out of himself so that he's ready for the season. He's not a big netter before a game. Just have some throws, some underarms from Coetzee, and
that was a big thing for Stuart Law when he was the Middlesex coach. A little less time in the nets, a little less in the number of throwdowns, and a little bit more time in the middle. You don't score runs taking throwdowns in the nets.
No, but you can get better. So it's a real fine line, and I think the players need to work out what works for them. Some players like to hit more balls than others, and it's almost just finding that right prep, whether it's 2 days before the morning of a game. Some like it intense.
That's the Middlesex thing at the moment, isn't it? It's 2 days out from the game is the practice session, and the day off the day before, whereas you'll obviously see sides pitching up here at Lords and going through the motions the day before the game.
Yeah, I think sometimes if you've had a travel day and you want to get to the ground, maybe stretch your legs, maybe do a little bit of catching, but I think the way that things are set up at the moment, train on the Wednesday, travel on the Thursday, play on the Friday, so
End of the over 63. Oh, no it isn't. Well, it is, but I'll tell you first, 4 byes. .67 without loss.
yeah, I think the theory behind, you train hard the day before, but suddenly it becomes a 5-day game, and then we're talking about players needing to get some rest, and lack of injuries and bowling loads, all these sorts of things. So I don't think there's the perfect way, but I think it's a way that works for your group. If you train hard on a Wednesday, we've got a couple of sessions with the lads doing some skills work on their white ball skills this week. So it's just maximising the facilities, maximising time, really.
And over the face for Higgins. 4 more for Al Hassan. Thick inside part of the bat on that one, though. Not seen too much through the air just yet. Higgins into his 3rd over. Ball's into its 22nd. As we were saying, there was a little bit of late swing for Al Hassan this morning.
Still trial by 200, so still a decent knock away to get back into the game. So as much as they'll be frustrated they haven't taken one. They won't be panicking at all.
Yeah, I was going to actually, a bit of cricket distracted us, but I was going to draw a comparison slightly with the Lancashire game in that Middlesex were effectively minus 100 for 3 when Max Holden said about his innings in that second innings. They were 100 behind, 3 down. This is just an encouraging start for Glamorgan. It's only a start, but it will give them some hope. As we say, no great sign of swing out there at the moment, but the next great challenge for Glamorgan will be when Zafar Gohar gets thrown the ball.
Be interesting to see when that comes on. Your ball's still a bit hard, you know, it's harder now, so I wonder whether that might be encourage us to get Zafar on earlier.
My instinct would say yes.
It might be once Brooks is done, or and then the seamers might operate from the pavilion end.
Good over from Higgins, only 4 off it, and that was a thick edge down to fine leg from Ul Hassan. Yep. 71 without loss. Ul Hassan's moved to 36, Byron. 29. Just a single. Brooks around the wicket.
Yeah, I think round the wicket's a good option. Just keep changing things up, keep the batter thinking about their balance and where we're trying to go in. And just got 2 straight on him, just allowed him to knock him up through mid wicket. But I think if we can just keep hanging in around that 4th stump, and if it does, something comes down the hill, great. And if it doesn't, you still ask a question.
Just a single again, but really good start this for Glamorgan. It's that one chance to second slip. But Ul Hassan's stock is rising considerably at Glamorgan, who've been looking for an opener. Might have found 2 here. Byron from Somerset. Ul Hassan having done the rounds, as we've discussed. Hooked around the corner. Nicely steered by Byron.
Just got to keep plugging away, keep finding the right combination of bowlers, lengths to hit. And it's almost like we've gone a little bit too short in there, unless that's a ploy.
Just brought another one across. That one's a little wider outside off though.
I just think the one before was just a bit of a drag down. So, you know, slight miss, and obviously with a short leg side boundary, you get, because obviously the angles are slightly different for your fine legs and deep squares and stuff like that. So just, you know, a bigger size boundary, fine leg cuts that off. But in here, I guess is it rattles in for 4.
to the back foot again and turn to mid-wicket. Seemed like they had a ploy to Hassan to bang a few in short. We saw Ronan Jones, obviously a little bit of jibber-jabber to Hassan after he hooked him for 4 a little while ago.
Yeah, just try and unsettle him and just get him thinking about something else maybe. So
good over. Just that one drag down. 77 without loss.
looks like he's got a decent rhythm. Brooks looks efficient, his action. Looks like there's a bit more pace, a bit more zip, and actually he's gone a little bit fuller. So maybe he's feeling a bit more comfortable in the role that he's playing as well. I think that's really important as a group of bowlers.
Yeah, I felt that watching him all season actually. The rhythm has been there. Now, here's the change of bowling that we were questioning. I was just going to ask you that. I wonder. I mean, I almost felt no doubt that they'd go for the nursery end, but I was going to wonder whether there would be any debate as to whether it would be nursery or pavilion. My thought was it was surely going to be nursery. But pavilion it is for Zafar Gohar, so looking to turn it up the slope and into the left-hander. He'll be hitting with the spin to the bigger boundary and against the spin to the shorter one.
Did you say this was the end that it one turn square? No, from the other end.
No, nursery ends. Callaway to Zafar Gohar. Around the wicket to the left-hander. You can see there's a few footmarks there, which Zafar is about to step into. Oh! Well, looks like they knew what they were talking about.
Not sure it's their first rodeo. Just straight on. Probably played for a bit of spin. Maybe just run down the hill. I don't know. We'll have a look, see what that looks like.
I mean, I'm sure that Zafar himself would have had a fair say in which end he'd like to, or he'd prefer to bowl.
I think he'll end up bowling at both ends, but it's almost the end to start, really.
Is it the end to start to find out now if there's anything from that end, because you probably are going to bowl the majority from the nursery? Would that be part of the thought?
Yeah, possibly. In sort of two left-handers, slightly bigger side on the leg side. So. If I'm honest, it's not a bad start, is it? It looks like he's asked a few questions. Looks like he's got his pace right, and then he'll work up and down from that sort of pace and see where he can become even more of a threat.
Just allowing Hassan to rock back on the singlet. We'll give him one ball at Byram before the over's out. Ooh. Big open back foot defence from Byram there, got right in behind that, opened himself up. 78 without loss then after 24. And it's back to Brooks at the nursery end, and for 12 from 5.
Then maybe Higgins follows Brooks at this end.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking. He does bowl a lot from the pavilion end, and that was where Hassan bowled nicely this morning. Seemed to get a bit of return, but it's got to be worth a go, hasn't it? Higgins at the nursery end. which maybe is why Zaffa's asked for a little bit of the pavilion as well. Look up at the clock from Toby Rowland-Jones there, and another. Thinking about tea, 35 minutes away. Well, oh yeah, might be on time for tea today. Is everyone feeling all right? 41 overs remaining of the day. Tea on time in April.
There's been a few bit behind on the over rates, haven't they been, I think, over the course of the game?
Well, they were -6, but got it back with the spin this morning. Middlesex are -3, but well, I'm missing something out here, am I? It's 3:05. Just gone, and there's 8 overs to tea. I can get 9 overs in before tea. Run finer gully off the back foot. Al Hassan into the 40s. No need for the dive this time from Fernandez. They've turned for the third. Glamorgan are 81 without loss. Just over pitched from Brooks. Beautifully timed from Byron. Big boundary through the offside and up to the Compton.
Yeah, just offered in some width there, got his hands through the ball. I think the length looked a fraction too full.
It's interesting, they haven't got much out of this ball though, have they? 25 overs in. Whether it'll be that 30 over mark, which it was in the first innings, to be fair.
Yeah, true.
All of a sudden came to life in the afternoon, that ball. Because I don't think Middlesex clearly bowled better. They got 7 wickets in the afternoon and 1 in the morning, so they bowled better. Don't always necessarily have to be the way, but they didn't bowl badly in the morning, but certainly just more happened. And again, we've got a lot of cloud cover out there at the moment over Lords, but Middlesex not particularly getting anything through the air. It's what this man Zafar Gohar gets off the surface though. As he continues to Al Hassan, who'll face up. There you go. Fizzing that ball hand to hand. A slip and a short leg he's got. Bowling into the wind at the moment, which might help with the drift for him. Just hang that ball in the air. Width on that. Fernandez just about get around, tumbling stop. Nice use of the feet from Byron. There's the man that was done by big turning ball by Kellaway this morning. Leas Deploy. It was an extraordinary dismissal. First one to go. Around the wicket to the left-hander, turning it up the slope to beat the outside edge and take the top of off. Oh, that one slides through from Gohar.
Almost seems to be just enough in it, you know. So it's just about building that pressure. Not sure that turn looked like it just went straight on down, not with the arm, but just with the slope.
Over the wicket for the first time from Pavilion End. Just over pitches. Oh, good stop again. He's everywhere at the moment, isn't he, Fernandez?
It's great commitment, thrown himself around 2 or 3 times last couple of overs. Again, the bowlers will be pleased with that.
Looks like his fielding, not that it was poor last year, but it looks as though it's significantly improved this.
Well, he ends up in quite high traffic areas, which is a good thing as a young cricketer. I think that's a really, really important thing for them. You know, the way the modern game is, it's faster, it's quicker. You know, fielding has to be a given, so you can't be hiding anyone nowadays, because sometimes you feel there's not enough fielders. But you know, if you can add some value back to the team with being a good fielder.
Oh, he's got him, has he? No. There's a foot mark just in front there. He slammed into that. Pad onto the helmet of Davies. Look, there he is. Lifts it up. 88 without loss after 26. Just got the edge of it, didn't he, that foothold?
Yeah. You can see how far over he's batting over to the off stump as well, just to try and negate that as well. So some good cricket in there. Sort of bodes well for Middlesex if Zafkin can get in and around there.
There's a few at the Pavilion End for him to bowl into as well, and that's why I just wonder with the slope, because they're quite wide. That's the thing, isn't it? You always look at foot marks and think, oh, that looks nice, but it's generally just a little bit too wide. The umpires keep an eye on the follow through of the seamers. Pete Waxman coming out for Middlesex. Is that because it hit the helmet of Davies? Has he got to have a concussion check?
They're probably checking the helmet rather than checking Jack, but yeah, I think it was a flick off the pad, maybe just flicked up.
Yeah,
they just have to check the visor, check the you know, there's no dents or cracks in the helmet.
Yeah, there you go. It goes down as injury on the screen from the scorer's box, because it is a check, an official check by the physio.
The healing hands are waxy. He's all good now.
Mark Lane, thanks very much for your time. Good to see you.
Pleasure.
You're off to where this week?
We've got nothing this week, but we've got a training week, and then the week after we're at Merchant Taylor's against Essex, second 11.
Does that mean you're back tomorrow?
I'll be here tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, no doubt, Kev.
I'll bring your Easter egg as payment then.
Stop it.
Laney, thanks very much. Good to see Mark Lane.
From the nursery end, Ryan Higgins.
Oh, swing on that one from Higgins. In from the nursery end. This is what we wondered, whether Higgins would get a go here. So maybe it's those foot marks from the bowling from the Pavilion End that Zafar Gohar's interested in. Equally, Higgins having a go then at the nursery end. Wind at his back. Lights just dimmed as well. It won't be too long before they'll be turned on here. that's nice from Higgins. There's the line and length where Byram a little uncertain. 81 deliveries into his innings now. 39 on the board. Hung up there again from Higgins. You can see Byron's just watchful for a moment. He's not committing, he's not over-committing to it. Little straighter and tucked away. Short boundary. No need to chase that. Asking the questions in this over, Higgins. Just starting a little straighter with that one, but drifting onto the pads with the slope. .27 bowled, 93 without loss, 38 to remain today. We have got 25 minutes to tea on day 3. Yeah, I got that one to hit the foot mark in the last over. On the crease, can he go to bowl it and find that foot mark again, see if he can bring off stump into play. A bit of turn there for sure. Bonus this early season, bonus for the ground staff. Dry March, dry start to April, prepare the pitches, a big bonus for the spinners as well. Oh, swept to backward square. Yes, no, throw to the non-strikers, then they're back. Settled quickly enough. Well, he's got something going here, Zafar Gohar. He'll certainly bowl through to tea, whether he bowls through to tea at the pavilion end or whether he's switched down to the nursery, but at the moment there are enough questions being asked. Swept and gone. There's the wicket. Well, there was just something happening for him at the pavilion end, and whether that is where the shot came from Ul Hassan, but it's a bit of a slip, a bit of an error from the Glamorgan opener. A sweep from wide outside off stump is chipped off that top edge to Dane Patterson at backward square. Middlesex have their first wicket. It's taken 28 overs. It's nearly taken a full session. But Middlesex have their breakthrough. They have that door open. And it's Zafar Gohar again. End of Ul Hassan, a 50 in the first innings. It's a fine 44 and a very good start for Glamorgan in the second. Can't quite make it to tea, can't quite make it to 50. Glamorgan 93 for 1. So North-East's triple century in his last trip to Lords. Glamorgan needs something big from the skipper here. Still 178 behind. Hassan and Byram have taken a good chunk out of that deficit. It's still an awful lot though. Talked about Middlesex being 7 for 3, trailing by the best part of 100 against Lancashire. Could Glamorgan get somewhere close to parity, maybe 3 down? 1 down maybe. But if they were, say 2 or 3 down, if they could get somewhere around parity, then maybe there's game on. If the weather plays its part as well, but at the moment it's still survival for the visiting team. North East first ball, the last of Zafar Gohar's third over. Nicely onto the spot. North East able to rock back, pushing away into the offside, a wicket maiden. And here is that wicket. I don't know how wide it was outside off stump, and Hassan has dragged it, looked to drag it, but the top edge offers a dolly. Timing as well, as much as anything. We've been talking about that a couple of times in this match. 20 past 3 now, so 20 minutes to tea, which just gives North East a little bit of a problem here to come out, try and get himself in, hang around for 5 overs now till the tea interval. It's this man that fell before tea yesterday when he had a tricky passage to get through. We'll be looking to affect some of that pre-interval pressure. Ooh, squared up a little by that. To his 5th over, Higgins, number 17. 4 balls gone off it. Wonder will Middlesex throw the ball perhaps to Nathan Fernandez. Liz to Ploy. Just from the nursery end just before tea, not immediately now. Higgins is in a lovely little groove, lovely rhythm. Saw Kellaway and Bashir act in tandem. Oh, he's got him! A little feather through, and 2 openers fall in consecutive overs. Byram's gone for 43. A wicket maiden for Higgins. Another catch for Davies. And the end for Byram. Well, they fought so hard for that opening wicket stand. And now just before tea on the 3rd day, all the hard work undone. Bringing it, angling back in towards that off stump. There's the nick. Clear deviation as it comes angling back down the slope. And no need to chomp on the biscuit for that one. There'd have been a clear noise for the umpire. Higgins delighted. The change of end works. 1 for 17 and a wicket maiden. His second maiden in 5 for Higgins. Might not have got the runs he wanted yet this season, but his bowling remains a huge, huge threat. Byram makes his way back. Caught Davies. Bowled Higgins for 43 and Glamorgan 93 for 2. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Lords in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hands. I'm delighted to say that Ed Bevan has sat back down alongside me on the mic. And Ed, well, just 2 overs ago, it was looking pretty good for Glamorgan. It still does, a very good start, but both openers falling quickly, and now a north-east 1-ball faced. And Carlson to join him, both batters on noughts.
Yes, and some very good bowling there from, first of all, Gohar. A bit of an experience probably showing from Ul Hassan. He swept a few balls and hit it well, but then was tempted into indiscretion by another one, got a top edge. That was a very good delivery there from Higgins, who strangely was hit for 2 fours in his first over from the pavilion end. But now, as you say, Kev, he has settled into the groove. And I called him a very mean bowler when he came on to bowl. And you don't score many runs against this man. And he was promptly dispatched for 2 fours. But he settled into his groove. And coming in for the kill here now, as you say, 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Slip and a leg slip crouch down. Floats that one up under the nose of the right-hander.
I did say I thought that Gohar would be the key man in this attack, and I think that he will bowl for most of the innings, because we saw from Kellaway, albeit the other end, he's getting a little bit of turn.
Good leave. Very, very good leave that from northeast, but high in the air as the front pad thrust forward.
Yeah, he's a skillful bowler. I remember him bowling for Gloucestershire last year and took 5 wickets against Glamorgan.
Who was he having a natter with there? Was it Carlson? Lovely bit of flight on that as well. Maybe it was whoever's at mid-wicket.
Yes, Glamorgan very much up against it here. So much depending on these two and Ingram and Cook.
That's a lovely shot off the back foot. Northeast opens the face. Long chase for Eskenazi. Tight chase as well. Just pulls up. And they'll take 3. It's Northeast off the mark. Brings Carlson onto strike for the first time. Last ball of the over. And he's off the mark with a quick single. Slight misfield, they won't go for the second. End of the over. 97 for 2 it is. 30 bowled, 35 remaining of the day. We've got 10 minutes to tea, so Tea will be on time, Ed Bevan.
Yes, it's a long time since I remember having tea at 20 to 4. It's normally about 4 o'clock or 10 to 4. And Goha, of course, and we saw the spin of Callaway and Bashir this morning, hurried things on a bit. But still -3 for Middlesex. They want to try and get that down. The light isn't brilliant, is it, Kev? Although the floodlights aren't on as yet. And the especially if Gore's bowling, there'll be no problem. But it'll be Higgins to continue. And the keeper standing up.
Oh, edged away. Angle bat. All along the floor. Towards the vacant deep third. 100 up for Glamorgan. Pretty good position. Kept tight in his crease. And you can see he's not gone too hard at that.
Played it with soft hands, perfectly safe.
Run away intentionally down to the vacant deep third for a couple more for Carlson. I mentioned the forecast of rain tomorrow. The lights this evening could well be an issue. Lovely ball, good response.
It's absolute beauty, wasn't it?
Corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, Middlesex with that threat of rain tomorrow will want to get as many overs in as they can today and make further inroads.
The Gloucestershire match. What's the secret of survival in that one, following on saving the draw?
You've done that on many occasions in the last couple of years, yeah. It was up at Bristol and the pitch there, never very responsive. They did get 385 in their first innings, Morgan, and then they had a follow on, but 288 for 4, quite safe.
Edged along the floor.
4 more. No. Yeah, the light I thought I'd gone to the boundary, but the light is not great, is it? I thought the floodlights might make an appearance possibly after tea.
The little spots around the ground that we look for. Probably actually, as you look ground level at the camera now, you can see it's reasonably good light at ground level.
Is it? Oh, good.
Certainly from our lofty position up here. We probably get the impression of more lights around the ground than they do down below.
Yes.
103 for 2. 31 done in this innings. 2 to tea.
Yes, Glamorgan have to rebuild after that very good start in their second innings. And Ul Hassan and Byron didn't really look in any sort of trouble. But how often you see, Kev, with the once one goes, the other goes. And two experienced batters here at the moment and facing some testing bowling.
So go Hart to bowl the last over from the pavilion end before tea. Will Higgins get another go, or they think about one of the part-time spinners to go at the nursery end? Not at the head from Sam Northeast. Oh, it's a lovely ball. I think there's any bat involved. No disappointment from Gohar. Certainly a lot of interest, though.
A little bit of rough there for him to aim at, Gohar. He's rough at both ends, actually. So the spinners, who is the secondary spinner in the Middlesex side? Fernandez?
Yes, indeed. I think Lias de Ploy's certainly got a fair case as well. And indeed, Max Holden there, an off-break bowler of years gone by. Doesn't really get to turn his arm over anymore, but
Doesn't often play two spinners in April, do you? The Glamorgan had.
no. It's Luke Holman, Josh DeCary's to consider, but both of those pushed out of contention at the moment.
Seven balls to negotiate.
Well, this would be a big one, because then that means it can only be one out, one further wicket out at tea. And seen off by Northeast. 103 for 2, 1 over for tea. We won't get 2 in before the interval. Tea is 32 overs remaining in the day, or 340.
Right on time, yeah.
And it will be Higgins to complete the session. Oh, now a bit of shape back up the slope. Late swing. Yes, just adjusted the line.
Spot on, yeah. There is a pronounced slope when you concentrate on it. Have a good look here at Lord's.
It's funny, slope down at Canterbury last week. Over the years, just never quite gets the same chatter as the slope at Lord's, does it?
And that is a pronounced slope, as it is, of course, at Hove.
At Hove, yeah. Well, Hove's straight up and down, isn't it? So you're running up the hill, you're running down the hill, and that kind of is the top and the bottom of it. Avoid the pun.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Canterbury is similar here to Lord's, isn't it? It's
But
side
more
to side.
pronounced, I think.
But it doesn't quite, or certainly for me over the years, it's not been as talked about as the slope here.
No. Well, you get more big matches here and more sort of concentration. You get television cameras and all sorts of things. And probably don't get the same amount down at Canterbury. Well, you don't. You don't get test matches down there. Although it is one of my favourite grounds in the country, Kev.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, just born a bit wide, isn't he? Higgins, Ryan Higgins. Morgan did come down to -1, and Middlesex at the moment -3. I want to improve on that.
Oh, look at that go. Well.
Yeah, he wants the ball a little bit straighter though, doesn't he?
Yeah. There's a lot of swing, but obviously a comfortable leave, that one. And the Last ball before tea comes jabbing back up the slope. They're asking for the inside edge onto the pad. Nothing doing. Carlson. There's a big smile on his face. And that is tea on the third day. Thanks to Ed Bevan for joining us just before the interval. Was it an LBW? No, it was. It was a court appeal from Higgins. It certainly came back in. Well, there you can see it was going well over the top of legs, so no thoughts there. But I think even the umpire had a slight smile. It's tea at Lords on day 3. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes in the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable. South Africa and Australia. That starts on Wednesday, the 11th of June, and followed by the Rothesay test between England and India on the 10th of July. England women also return to Lords this summer, taking on India in an ODI on Saturday, the 19th of July. And of course, on the rest of the day,
Action, all the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action, all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Our Many Lords Indoor Cricket Centre offers daily junior and adult net sessions and coaching courses. Children's school holiday courses also available, as well as half-term, summer and Christmas periods. The centre also available to hire for birthday parties, as well as group sessions and one-to-one coaching sessions for both adults and children. Lord's website has further details by searching Indoor Cricket Centre. Quite a quick rundown of the other scores around the country before the umpires and players rejoin us down at home. Sussex 435, Surrey reply 372 for 3. Century there for Holly Pope 103. And Dan Lawrence is 103 not out. Chester Street, the Yorkshire playing Durham. Yorkshire 307, Durham reply 427, and Yorkshire second time round 32 for 1, means they trail by 88. Final innings for Chelmsford, where Essex are playing Worcestershire, Essex 179, Worcester 202, Essex second innings 317, they made the target for Worcester 295, they're currently 116 for 4, Eschie Valley is 49 not out. Worcestershire require a further 179. At Utilita, where Somerset playing Hampshire, Somerset all out 184, Hampshire made 336, and Somerset second time round 91 for 1, means they trail by 61. Edgbaston, Warwickshire in deep trouble against Nottinghamshire, with Warwickshire all out 93, Nottinghamshire reply with 367, and Warwickshire second time round 45 for 2, they still trail by 229. Emirates Old Trafford, where Lancashire are playing Leicestershire, it's the visitors on top here. Lancashire were dismissed for 263, Leicestershire in reply 349 for 5. Peter Hanscom 76 not out. Captain's Gloucestershire against Kent, Gloucester 472, Kent in reply with 393. Second time round, Gloucestershire are 112 for 2. Their lead is 191. And finally at Derby, where Derbyshire are playing Northamptonshire, Derby made 307. Northampton this afternoon declared their first innings on 500 for the loss of 8. Safe Zaid made 105 and Proctor 150. The second time round, Derbyshire 74 for 1. It means they trail by 119 runs with 9 second innings wickets remaining. Umpires back to the field, Neil Brandt and Ben Everett, and Middlesex led by Tony Rowland-Jones. Jones here for Glamorgan, Sam Northeast on 3, and Kieran Carson on 7.
Well, a very good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's. 32 overs to bowl on the third day. Glamorgan are 103 for 2, trailing by 168 still. Zafar Gohar has 1 for 8. Ulsan out sweeping, and Byron was caught Davies off Higgins for 43 just before tea. 44 for Ulsan. It was a fine start, but lots to do for Carlson and North East, who chips that somewhat. Well, I saw the funny side of it, even if Safa didn't. Scrambling stop from Patterson. Nah, it wasn't that close. Not having that. Let's have a look again. I think that's the definition of having your tails up. Little straighter and turned away. Floodlights are on. You'll start to see the foreshadows in a few moments around those players. Hopefully not too pronounced. Still can't really see them there. Just short leg, you can just see he's got a couple stretching away in either direction in front of him. Still at the pavilion end. Safa Gohar, I wonder would there be any thought to change that? A couple of right-handers out there now, looking for the turn and bounce up the slope. Would he indeed look for the turn and bounce with the slope if he switches ends to the nursery? End of the first over after tea, 105 for 2 Glamorgan.
From the nursery end, David Patterson.
Start each session with your best bowlers, Safa Gohar and Dane Patterson. Number 28 from his 7 so far, 1 maiden in there, a couple in the first innings. Onto the spot in the seconds, that's where I want to leave the ball. Oh, long way across, not too far forward. Steered to square. Lovely on drive. Holden giving chase. 3 taken. Carlson's into the double figures. End of the over, left alone outside off, northeast on the back foot. Carlson will have strike on 11, Glamorgan are 108 for 2.
Would you like to illustrate how dark it is by looking at the writing? Yep. So writing the chandelier, slowly pan out.
Stream at the ready, good to see, evening sir. You don't need the coffee, the banter's good enough.
All by himself.
Nicely flighted, nicely landed, and nicely played by Carlson. Cut fiercely, good stop at backward point. Patterson in there still.
So I should be called and go.
End of the over, 108 for 2. Oh, that's got to be gone, hasn't it? It has. Northeast. Oh, well. My hesitation was because it looked so plumb to the naked eye that had I missed something. Umpire has put his hands up. Patterson, right arm over. Is there bat involved? No. Unless he feels he's got a little tickle on that, then surely there's no argument. Could he be arguing height? It didn't look high from front on. It's hitting the back pad, the back leg. He felt so. He didn't. Northeast LBW to Patterson for 4. Glamorgan 108 for 3. Colin Ingram makes his way out to the middle.
Colin Ingram.
This is a massive wicket. The number 5. He's out there because of this. Well, they absolutely thought they did. Look at the delight. Yes, Pato. From Higgins. For 31. 2 in the first innings, 1 in the second. Glamorgan still 163 behind. Right up there. Patterson to Ingram. This is a big matchup.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Front arm's the key. Behind. Yeah. Yep.
Oh! Inside edge runs backward a square. Goes back up the slope.
Yeah, we'll be looking at it front on. We'll be asking the question, could it have been?
Little dabble. A long way outside off from Carlson there. Patterson starting to get it going. Starting to get into the minds maybe. 109 for 3. And this will put something into the mind. Is it high? Let's have a look. Northeast doesn't like it. Pitching, hitting in line. I mean, that's from that angle. Bent back leg. Unless he feels he's got a little outside edge on it. Harder to tell from this angle, the height.
Unless you got a side on.
I wondered, as he thinks it's hit him on the back leg. Quite high up on the back leg, but it was a bent back leg coming around, that back hip coming around. We've seen it a few times in this game. .109 for 3. Still from the pavilion ends, Afagoha, so he's looking to turn it up the slope with his left arm spin towards the off stump of the left-hander. Watching for how he uses the crease here as well, Goha. They certainly feel in the game at the moment, Middlesex. Overall game picture, the lead of 162 remains over Glamorgan, who've got a lot to do in their second innings. A deficit to wipe off with only 7 wickets standing now. Over the top of it. A single taken. Can they get Ingram cheaply twice? If they do, they will feel they are very much in with a chance of finishing this game off. It'll be all eyes on the skies tomorrow. That's nice. That's well played as well by Carlson. 110 for 3. First innings for Colin Ingram. Court Davies bowled Brooks for 1. 5 balls, 2 eventful balls just before it. Carlson was Court Davies bowled Roland Jones for 4 off 22 deliveries. The new LED lighting here at Lord's, second season I think it is, maybe third, of the LED lights. They don't generate the heat like the old bulbs used to. Probing from Patterson. inside tactical, and that's where we're talking about that probing nature of Patterson at the moment, outside and inside edge. Maiden over for Patterson, 1 for 32 from 10. That's his second maiden. Glamorgan 110 for 3. Runs not really in the equation at the moment. Look at that run rate down to 2.8. That's a significant drop off. That opening stand of Al Hassan and Byram, 44 and 30 and 43 respectively. First wicket fell in the 28th over, and they were 93 for 1, so well above 3 and over at that point. Nice punch, only as far as cover point. Oh, that was close, and they knew it. Outside of the bat, saves Carlson. Oh, look at Higgins. They are knocking on the door. That's a lovely shot. Alleviate a little bit of pressure. Carlson punching again off the back foot. Pops over probably, well, undoubtedly the longest point in the ground from where Carlson was batting. That little corner of the rope up there. Nearly hit the pin itself, pinning it down. On 14 for 3. Asking a question again. The ball's driven back. Good tumbling stop. Oh, go on, the old fella. Still smiling. Well, one of them is. She's obviously still got one Easter egg left. First over of this ball. In position nicely, Ingram to play that one. Oh, that's lovely. Just about to say on the previous ball that maybe. Ball getting a little softer, not quite getting the same response, but around the wicket to the left-hander and getting it to go up the slope and beat the edge. Beautiful. Really good. Oh. Patterson versus Ingram. It's a fine pairing. In Division 2 of the County Championship, it's a fine match. Visitors here to Lords have a big job against Middlesex though, especially with Gohar with ball in hand. 157 they trail by, 114 for 3 is the score. Be a single. Thrusting forward with bat and pad. And there's the sweep. Well, that's how Ul Hassan got out. That doesn't get up. Carlson nearly gets himself in trouble. Over the top of it. Couple off the over, a couple of singles. 116 for 3. Ingram's 39 years of age now, will be 40 in July. Port Elizabeth born. 31 ODIs for South Africa and 9 T20s. 137 first-class matches with an average of 42. 24 centuries, what they'd give for one right now to help knock off that deficit. He got a century in the last match. In the first innings, wasn't enough to stop Glamorgan following on. They did save the game against Gloucestershire though. Cape Town born Dame Patterson, 36, just a few days ago, April 4th. Still zipping them down. Seven tests, 4 ODIs and 8 T20s. 169 first-class matches. .613 wickets at an average just below 24. Stroked to the cover fielder. Geddes on the tumble. To dig in, 25th ball for Ingram. Indeed, 24th. Nope, was right first time, 25th. 3 to his name. Purely be thinking about time. Width, not punished, but it has hurt the finger. Geddes, he just shakes that one off before polishing on the ball. 116 for 3, 22 to go on day 3.
White shot, please, mate. And any chance of that chandelier in a zoom out?
You can see filled in cloud all around Lords. Floodlights are on, they're not... The one good thing is just the cloud cover, it's not too thick. And in the distance, if anything, it's probably a little bit thinner, so we might be lucky and get 22 in tonight. to the maker's name from Gohar. A run. Other thing to do for these two is keep turning that strike. Let Gohar settle into a rhythm from the pavilion end. Right hand, left handed combination. That's worked nicely through. Mid-off coming around will hold them to a couple. Roland Jones just about keeps his footing and his balance. Edged! Oh, it's popped out. Patterson peels away. Eskenazi at slip. Got it. No, he doesn't. Through the fingers. Little inside out, squirts away. Fine of cover, it's deep backward point. Fernandez, who's racing around, sprightly in the field today. Fernandez, noticeable improvement this year in the fielding. And past the edge this time. Well, he's enjoying himself. Just about. One wicket. Nearly had two. Nope, leg side. Even with the slope, that's not going to do enough to straighten to take leg. See plenty of off stump here. And all of off. Plenty of middle and all of off.
Straight to the replay front one. Yeah.
Tightly in behind that, Carlson. 50 up for him. Balls faced. 19 scored. England will have strike on 5. 1, 2, 1 for 3. Could have been 4. Just watch Eskenazi. It was low down. I think he's got fingertips fully under it. Oh, hold on. That's the LB. Yeah, that one's going down.
Yeah, let's go straight to it.
That's for the chop. Yeah, just watch those fingers. Are they fully down underneath it? It really bubbles around through the fingers and back up again. There, in, out, in, and out. A few shakes of the head, perhaps, but it was low down. One, 2, 1 for 3. Backing up.
Scares me through.
Top ball to win the over. 1, 2, 2 for 3. 46 done. Change your gloves for Carlson.
Since tea.
45-minute spell so far for Patterson since tea. Ingram runs this away. I do wonder whether this change next for Middlesex will be to give Gohar a go at the nursery end. Maybe he replaces Patterson when his spell is done and send the rest of the seamers back to the pavilion end. Mindset's clear from Glamorgan, isn't it? Get in line, get behind it. Gets the stumps tonight. Middlesex hunting a first win of the season. We're at full day tomorrow, then you could almost turn the mind slightly to whether Glamorgan, like Middlesex, could turn this game as they did against Lancashire, but time is very much against that happening. A 5-dayer perhaps, but not in a 4-day game. So it really is a case, can they get to stumps tonight with as little damage done as possible, and then have another look in the morning. First look will be at the weather forecast. Edged away down to the vacant deep third. 4 more. Max Holden off the field. Angles back up the slope. Dot ball to end the over, the edged 4. Ticking things along for Glamorgan. They're 127 for 3. Oh, now, I don't think there's a little tickle on it, but still things happening for Gohar from the pavilion end. Just feel it's got to be worth taking the chance. See if something more happens at the nursery end. Oh, back up at your peril. Slight fumble from the skipper. Just a single though. Roland Jones warming up at mid-off. So you're going to be the man to replace Patterson, and will he take the pavilion end? And Gohar switch to the nursery, all will be revealed. .48 bowled, 129 for 3. And to the nursery end goes the skipper, Toby Roland Jones, replacing Dane Patterson. 1 for 39 from 14 for the South African. The former South African international and the former England international replaces him. Number 21 in this innings, picked up a 3 for in the first dig.
From the nursery and Toby Roland Jones.
Oh, Carlson backing up to Roland Jones there. He'll get it away through mid-wicket. That's a long chase. Oh, in a minute, you'll see Zafar Gohar arrive from deep backward square. Feels like he's almost run from Gloucestershire to get that. Carlson's on to 27 with 3. There's the breeze blowing. The pennant facing away to the south-southwest, so a cold breeze out there. You can see the way to your right there, you can just about see a little bit of a swelling up of some darker stuff. That's all gone. So light-wise, we may well be alright for another hour here. 16.4 overs. Shadows are there, but it's thinner. The cloud away to our left over Old Father Time as we look. There we are, on the top tier. You see some grey stuff on the horizon there, but mostly it's not looking too bad. Lift. coming down the slope. Hardy Souls. To the bottom tier of the Edrich, as close as you can get on the bottom tier to being in line. I suppose you're shielded somewhat in that stand, the wind coming in from behind the stand. Dot ball into the over, 132 for 3. Just the 3 on Roland Jones's return. Mound stand there. You can see they're not the heaviest of clothes, but it's just if you sat for a while with that wind certainly blowing into you. Ooh. Top ball turn the over, a couple of singles off it, 134 for 3, 50 done in this innings. So 15 overs today, 15 overs into the final day. The second new ball becomes available for Middlesex, that's assuming only 15 are bowled today. They might get another one in. Nanook of the North.
Tell him to give us a wave. If you're cold.
Still smiling. As frozen as he is up there.
That was nice, though. You have to ask him. He's on camera. Are you cold, Greg? I'll ask him and you ask him in turn.
Scattering the pigeons. Ingram is into double figures. than scampering around at mid-on, but it's Brooks from deep square that gets there. The edge just slips down the slope. Carlson drawn into it. Smiling for now, but they like that wicket. Their feet didn't get there really. Wasn't perhaps there for the drive. Oh, but it did move though, to be fair. Squirting off an edge again. Carlson may well be into the 30s. He is, but Middlesex are nearly into a few more wickets here. The edges are still in play. .143 for 3.
Oh, nice. Go on. Beautiful. That's beautiful. Give us that.
Looks cold as well. Frozen in time. edged. Oh! Through the keeper and slip. Ingram takes to 18. Bit of bounce in that. Maybe prevents his back a bit. 148 for 3, 52 done. Ingram 19. Carlson 32. How big a moment will this? Oh, no, not that. The rock shot. There's the bounce. Oh, good grab. Oh. Oh, well, goodness me. That is something else from Roland Jones. And didn't he enjoy that? Ingram is gone for 19, and that is a huge wicket for Middlesex, a huge wicket in the game. Skipper strikes from the nursery end and around the wicket. Oh, that's up there. Beating the left-handed, experienced South African, top of off. And that will feel very good. Look at the face of him. They'll know. They will know just how big it is to claim him, especially in over after he's edged in between the keeper and slip. Middlesex would have feared a big one from the big name in the Glamorgan batting lineup, but the visitors now 148 for 4.
But we've got to get out of the replay, and I've got to get out of the score before they're through the gate, because often the other batter is through the gate.
Here's Kellaway. He's had a good match so far. A 50 in the first innings. He got 4 wickets in Middlesex's 470, and he played a big part in bringing that innings to an end this morning. He's got a very, very big role to play here now. It's 2 in 2, and Roland Jones blasts away through for Middlesex. Kellaway a 50 in the first dig. He's out for a first baller in the second, and Toby Roland Jones is on a hat-trick at Lords. A little tickle onto the off stump. No man's land in the corridor of uncertainty. Look at that. Roland Jones from the nursery ends. Absolute delight for the skipper. 5 in the match for Roland Jones. And as Kellaway departs for a first baller, Glamorgan a 148 for 5. So, over to Cook, the keeper. Had a long time standing in that Middlesex innings. He's heading out to face the hat-trick ball. He's had his feet up for 52 overs. Toby Roland Jones with a hat-trick ball from the nursery end. He's got 4 slips and a gully, a pointer mid-off, a mid-on and a long leg. No prizes for guessing roughly where this will be targeting. Top of off once more. How many times over the years have you said hat-trick ball at Lords for Roland Jones? He's just taken 2 big ones here, giving his side a real chance. What's he got on this one? Oh, right up there. Good from Cook. He'd have fancied that would have been thumping. Halfway to 3/4 of the way up, off stump, making sure all forms of dismissal were in play. Well, he made sure he was right behind it. 148 for 5. This is a massive over in the context of the game. .2 overs remain today. As we said already, all eyes on the skies this evening and again tomorrow. Threat of rain on the final day, the first day of the new championship season that could be heavily interrupted. 123 the deficit, 5 wickets standing. Oh, lift for Roland Jones. Well, look at them behind the stumps now. It's all smiles. A couple of chances have gone amiss in this innings. A couple or 3 indeed. Only Carlson still standing of those, but well, it doesn't need too much explanation of how they're feeling. That man's feeling pretty good as well. 5 in the match. Hunting a 6th. 148 for 5. Here's White. Ingram, top of off. This is the angle, look at this. Pop. And then a first baller, tentative, wasn't sure. Bat was half offered. It gave Middlesex a full reward. Kellaway gone, following back Ingram. Higgins to continue at the pavilion end. Right up there. There'll be no fear on the length at the moment from Middlesex. They will go full, try and blast this through, potentially even tonight. 11.5 remaining. You get an extra half hour. If there are 2 more in the next 11.5, and there will be an extra half hour, light permitting. The forecast for tomorrow, of course, Middlesex would be very, very keen to wrap this up today. It's a big ask, though, 5 wickets in. Well, even if they got the extra half hour, 20 overs. Sure, there's 7 down. I think 7 down does get you the extra half an hour. 8 certainly does, but I'm pretty sure 7 does. Van der Houten, Leonard, Bashir and Fernando to come. Well, they went in a heap in the first innings. Middlesex will be hoping for a repeat in the second. Carlson was one of Roland Jones's 3 victims in the first innings. Caught Davies for 4. Cook was bowled Higgins for 5. Then Van der Houten gone for 4. Caught Eskenazi off Higgins. Gohar picking up Leonard. Caught Geddes for 12. Bashir LBW Gohar for a second ball duck, and then Fernando LBW Roland Jones for 4. Lovely clip. Carlson's on 36. It's the 150 up for Glamorgan, 152 for 5. Just about gets the bat down. 54 bowled. Very nearly 6 down. He's played off the back foot a lot in this innings, Carlson. Served him well so far. He's on 36 from 75, on 52 for 5. Shaping away. Wasn't sure it didn't take the edge actually, but just shape.
Yep. I was going to say on those faces, could he get all lined up in a row? Well, you know, that's one face, but there's about 15, well, there's about 7 of them that he could probably line up face by face by face. And if you panned out, dressing. So if you could take one of those faces and zoom out, so that you've got the dressing room in the background as well. Actually, this is really a day where we can have fun on my own with the camera crew, because I can think about it more, whereas often I'm thinking about, you know, the test set, whose turn is it, and all the rest.
Ooh. Punchy. Cook's off the mark. Heavy slip cordon behind him, so Roland Jones won't mind that too much. Has been a front foot pitch for the bowlers though, get them on the front foot. Pace not quite there early season just yet, as dry as this surface is, it is still April. Oh, how's the arm? That was the ball that was sent back. Angling again. Good leave from Cook. This is the end of his old mate Murtagh from the nursery ends. Roland Jones enjoying it though. For a change of ends for himself. Little straighter. Cook could have expected it. Well handled. Easing to mid-off, 156 for 5. Keeping score at Lords. How many Easter eggs have been handed out to the stream team today? Who's keeping score, eh? Lovely shot that. Roland Jones all the way to the highest point of the ground. Oh, skipper. Oh, poor old boy. How's that heart beating? Deep inhalation. That looks like a bit of puff in there. That was a nice ball. Cook did very well to keep the bat face fully open to that. Little mound forming for Higgins to put his foot onto, not happy with it. You know, I said how he always smiles, no matter what. 56 done, 24 to a second new ball. And 9 overs remaining on the third day. The light's still playing its part at the moment. You'll see a few of those lights shining through from the pavilion. There's the chandelier in the bottom right. A couple of bright lights in the stairwells to the left as well that you'd have just detected there. To the right of the home dressing room as we looked. Rasping drive from Carlson. He's into the 40s. Being given a chance by Roland Jones right up there. Draws the drive. They won't be worried about that though. The deficit's still 108, so there is the element of if weather's going to be the greatest threat to Middlesex in this game and their chance of winning it, then ideally they won't have to go out and bat again. Ideally they'll be trying to get it done sooner rather than later. So yes, from that perspective, they'd rather the game didn't go to a fourth innings, time-wise. I wonder, legs-wise, how long the skipper's got left in him and whether it will be Zafar Gohar into the attack from the nursery end for the first time in this innings. Leg side again for more. Carlson's on to 47. Or blanket. Is that Jason Gillespie down the bottom? Didn't know Dizzy was in town. Another rasping drive. Cook doubles his tally. He's on to 8. Light being questioned. It has just dimmed a little here. Safa Gohar warming up at cover. Just tossing the ball back up to Higgins now. Next up at the nursery. With light in play, you do wonder, do they throw the ball to one of the part-time spinners at the pavilion end? Is that a message from Oliver Rowland-Jones, brother of Toby? Not the first time Ingram has been dismissed by TRJ. How about 2009, Sunbury versus Spencer? It's nice. Just a single though. As Fernandez rolls. Ingram was caught Stuart Pointer. Bold Rowland-Jones for 13. 33 balls.
Gary Carson's 50, 84 balls and 7 fours.
Quite the lineup of names. Ingram, Pointer and Rowland-Jones. That's the 50 partnership up between these two. Sorry, 50 runs for Carlson with that single. Trail by 94. He's holding this resistance together. So too is Cook at the other end. 84 balls for Carlson's 50. A fabulous knock from him. There's Brooks in the foreground warming up. But it is going to be Zafar Gohar from the nursery end to bowl next up. For 25 from 14, well used at the pavilion end. How can he go at the nursery? Turning it in with the slope to the... Well, turning it away from the right-hander with the slope, left armour. Start. Over it's down to 0 for Oh, there you go. There's the slope. Turn, bounce, beating the edge. Turning it with the slope, the finger spinning out and away from the edge of the right-hander. This should be a very different game now for Carlson. Two slips. As he's back with a point. Now get a couple. End of the over, 180 for 5. That's it for Higgins for now. Henry Brooks on the pavilion end. (20-6). 6 overs left today. Chance of finishing on time. Nope. Nathan Fernandez, I think this will be to do with the light.
Bowling at Nathan Fernandez.
I wonder, was Carlson inquiring about the lights and the umpire delivering the verdict? First broke into the side as a spinner in the T20 lineup, then in as an opener at the start of last year. Hasn't seen too much of the ball since then. Oh, a loosener. That's nice. So they just want him to leave it. Floated up there. Even into David Nash, I've opened a can of worms here, haven't I? Can you please tell Ollie Roland Jones to bore off and get back to his Easter eggs? He thinks he's Sunbury's David Kendricks, but without the banter. Even Nashi. Pretty sure Nashi got a mention on the first day of this game. Can't remember why either. Would have been something nice, Nashi, for sure. $60 done, 5 to go today, 182 for 5. You can see the shadows. Oh, it's crunched hard. Silly Point ducked his head down into his shoulders there, just in case. Cook to 16, Glamorgan to 186 for 5. They trail by 85 runs. 4.1 overs to go today. Four overs to go today. Glamorgan 86 for 5. Conversations ongoing, and we are off. 4 to go today. Bad light brings an early close at 5:45. So 186 for 5. Highly likely to be stumps, even though we're still in the hours of play. It's hard to see the light coming back on. 5 more wickets needed for Middlesex. But in the morning, should that be stumps, which we expect it probably will be, then it will be all eyes on the skies. We'll be looking at those forecasts overnight. Opening the curtains with wonder in the morning. They've got it to stumps on the third day. How much further can they get it on the final day if required? Well, we may still be back tonight, but looking at the surrounds, it's hard to see how the light will improve in the next 15 minutes or so. Glamorgan trailing by 85. If that is stumps today, then a good night to you all, and we'll see you tomorrow. If not, we'll be back as soon as play resumes. But for now, on the live enhanced stream from Daffabet at Lords, Glamorgan are 186 for 5.
ready to play in any of the matches in the final session on this third day of the Rothesay County Championship due to light and rain. Down at Hove, Surrey 390 for 3 in reply to Sussex 435. Now Norwich 117. That was stumped a short while ago. At Chester Street, the match not affected by the weather. Yorkshire 307, Durham 427, and second time round Yorkshire 88 for 2. It means they trail by 32. Worcestershire was set 295 victory against Essex. They need 128 more. They're 167 for 6, with Matthew Wake still there on 23. Rain has delayed the match at Southampton, Somerset against Hampshire. Somerset 184, Hampshire 336. Second time round, Somerset 103 for 1. They trail by 49. Sean Dixon is 55 not out. And Edgbaston, Warwickshire against Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire fighting back after being dismissed at 93. Notts 367, and Warwickshire were in big trouble second time round. Have recovered to 114 for 4. Middlesex was 22 not out, but still trailing by 160. Emirates Old Trafford, Lancashire 263, Leicestershire in reply, piling on the runs 466 for 7. Peter Hanscom 137 not out. And Stumps at Canterbury, Gloucestershire 112 for 2 in their second innings. It means they lead by 191. Rain causing an early end to play there. They are still playing at Derby, Northamptonshire against Derbyshire. Derbyshire 307, Northants 508, and Derbyshire second time round 178 for 3. Wayne Madsen 45 not out, means Derbyshire trail by 50. And confirmation that that is Stumps here at Lords, that we know further play possible here this evening. Thank you very much for your support throughout the course of the day. Reminder that tomorrow play will start at 11 o'clock, gates open at 10 o'clock, the final day of this Rothesay County Championship fixture. Final reminder if you aren't able to join us tomorrow, the next Championship fixture will be against Kent on Friday the 2nd of May for our next 4-day fixture here. A reminder that if you are looking at Vitality Glass tickets, For Middlesex fixtures here to start any of those 4 matches that we purchased in this weekend.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all out action, all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.